just realized I was muted. Okay. So anyway, I was just gonna say, welcome back to How Do Y'all? Welcome back to Our Life Begins. And always, uh, we are almost finished with step 3 of this game. So I'm really sad about that, but I'm also really excited to come back to this game and finish the rest of the moments with Cove. So yeah, last time we left off doing charity event. We went to a charity event together. We were able to dance and have a nice night out together. We also had a nice road trip over to Nevada to visit his mama's house, and we got to see how his room was, things like that. Relived some memories. We went to the forest park. We had a late night shift, and we went to a restaurant together, which was very sweet. So I'm excited to finish the rest of these up. I'm excited and sad. So, because I know we'll be reaching the last step after this. Howdy, Gabriella, welcome. Just in time. We haven't started yet. So we're about to start just now. Light filtered down through the leaves of the oak tree overhead, casting speckled shadows on the sidewalk all around you. There was a drop of sweat slowly making its way down the side of your face. You flicked it away from your thumb, slowing to a stop in the cool shade. The day you had out and about in town, in no hurry to go anywhere in particular. No, the day had you out and about in town, in no hurry to go anywhere in particular. Your morning shift had just ended and there was nothing else planned for the rest of the afternoon. Your moms was still at work themselves, and Liz had left early in the morning to do something. You had no idea what. You took out your phone, idly noting the time when it started to jingle. The screen lit up in your hand, Speak of the devil, Liz messaged you. Come home ASAP. Before you can even begin to question why, your phone went off again. Nothing bad, but you have to see this, so come back already. And with that final message, you were left only slightly less confused than you were before. Which wouldn't be so weird if at the dinner table she didn't suddenly start smirking to herself over nothing. The rare times you did see her, she would sneak you expectant looks like she was waiting to be asked what was up, but all your questions led nowhere. She'd answer you with a put upon sigh, proclaiming that she was busy, and she would tell you that she would have to talk about it later. No hints, no guessing. Whatever it was, she was determined to keep it a secret. Maybe now you finally found out what it was. As you did an about face on the sidewalk and started heading home, you received more texts. To your surprise, the name that popped up on the screen this time was Cole's. Oh, Liz texted him too. Okay. Did you hear from Liz? About some urgent thing you have to see? She messaged Cove too? You weren't surprised. Cove teased him about it, but he was like family. However, you were struggling to understand how he fit into Liz's surprise. Yeah, Liz sent me the same thing. His reply came only seconds later as you waited to cross the street. I figured she would. Are you gonna see what's up? I'm walking there now. Me too. Glancing up, you saw that the light had changed to a walk sign while you were busy texting. You hurriedly wrapped things up, texting Cove a quick goodbye before crossing the street. It was fine. You'd be seeing him later anyway. Not expecting any more messages, you put your phone away so you could walk without having to worry about tripping over the curb. Thankfully, it was a short trek home, and soon enough, you were walking up the street. The familiar face of your house already in view. Thinking of what might be waiting at home was making you worried, left you entirely lost, felt exciting. Kind of worried. The sight of your front door had been swallowing you easily. Liz said it wasn't anything bad, but in the back of your head, you couldn't shake that faint worry. Lost in your thoughts, you almost didn't see who was walking further up the street. Cove. Even from the back, the bright sea green color of his hair was unmistakable. You quicken your pace to catch up with him, the scruff of your shoes loud against the pavement. He heard it instantly, not missing a beat as he turned towards you and slowed his steps and sank.
Hey.
Pascal. Hi, here we are at my house. At that, Cole gave you a wry smile. Here we are. It sounded almost like a question, wondering why the two of you had been summoned there. Any ideas of what Liz wants us for? You shook your head. The situation was out of character for your sister. Anything could happen. Well, I guess we should go in and find out. Taking his cue, you grab your keys and open the front door. Cove trailed behind you as you entered inside. You nervously stuck your head through the doorway and peered about, not sure what you were looking for or looking out for. From the entryway, you could see Liz pacing across the living room, her smile gaze intent on her phone. You had caught her just as she had completed her turn. Behind you, the door clicked shut. The second she heard it, her hair darted up to your direction, her features lighting up at the sight of you and Cove. Ah, you've arrived, and together too. That's perfect, just perfect. She flashed you a radiant smile. Could almost see her limbs vibrating as if she was poised to pounce. Cove raised an eyebrow at your sister's bizarre behavior. What's going on? This better be important. You want a good mood today. So what is it? Where is it? What were you going to show us? You quietly waited to see what she would reveal. What is it? What's going on? Yeah. What's going on? Oh, you'll see. Liz's eyes narrowed with a mischievous glint, and she let out a little chuckle. So, lately I've been hard at work on a little plan of mine, and you two get the honor of seeing it all come together. Here it is. Surprise! She lifted a hand in the air to present the very comfortable but completely mundane living room. In the resulting silence, you and Cove glanced around again and then made eye contact with each other. His face mirrored your bafflement. And then suddenly another voice rang out in the room.
Surprise!
Who is this? Shallow? I guess? I don't know. It's a guy that we should probably know. So, I guess Shallow. Right? Okay. Surprise! Cole flinched at the shout, his shoulders shooting up to his ears. Laughter came from your sister. Cole flinched at the shout, his shoulders shooting up to his ears. Laughter came from your sister, as well as from the other side of the room. Okay, I was right. It is Shallow. Okay, he decided to actually say hi to us. Your head whipped around just in time to see a familiar figure with a freckled face and a purple cap springing up from behind the back of the couch. Cole's mouth fell open, recognition immediately coming to him. Shiloh? Hi, Cove. Hi, Pascal. Shiloh greeted the two of you so casually, like he'd been gone for 10 days rather than 10 years. Shiloh, you were too stunned to speak. What in the world were you doing there? You started laughing. But I thought you weren't the Shiloh we knew. You're actually here. Should I say that? But I thought you weren't the Shiloh that we knew, because that's what he told us when we saw him in the intermediate period, beginning step. The initial shock quickly wore off. You crossed your arms and leveled a look at the freckled face who had ditched you at the start of the summer. He treated you and Liz like complete strangers. Shiloh shifted nervously, angling the brim of his hat down as if to hide you from your scrutiny. Liz tutted at your comment.
Rude.
Don't be rude, I'll explain. When we got home that day, I changed my mind about letting it go. Why did I have to? Social media exists, right? So I thought, why not try finding him and send him a little reminder message? Luckily, there are only 2 days. There are only so many 17-year-old Shiloh Fields in the world. It wasn't that hard to do. Hearing Liz speak seemingly to encourage Shiloh, who put himself together to face both you and your sister with a careful smile.
Sorry.
I am really sorry about what happened. When you talked to me that first time, I was in the middle of a tour for a school trip. I couldn't get separated from the group and didn't expect anyone to want to talk to me, want to be talking to me. I was so worried about getting back to everyone else, I think too hard on what you were saying. But when Lizzie's message showed up, everything suddenly hit me. Lizzie, Pascal, Cove, you were the kids of Sunset Bird, back when I was a little kid. There was no way I could forget that, not for real. I do know all of you, and I'm so happy I get to see you again. I have Lizzie to thank for that. My mom was already planning to take a short trip near here this summer.
Well,
If my mom could bring me along, Lizzie offered to pick me up and bring me the rest of the way here, so I can visit the neighborhood again. And that's why I decided to make a big reveal instead of outright telling you two I got back in contact with Shiloh. Once again, she lifted a hand in the air, properly presenting a long lost childhood friend you all shared. So, ta-da! It was impressive how it all came together. Alright, still pretty stupid of you not to realize sooner. You were glad they were able to see each other again. You were amused at their stunt. You were unsure what to feel about it. I mean, I feel this way, but only as an observer, and only after knowing how Shiloh is in the other game that he appears in. So I don't know if I trust him. But if I was just in this moment and had no other preconceived notions of Shiloh, I would be glad. You smiled softly at Liz, remembering how Shiloh used to follow your sister around like a baby chick after his mom when they were kids. It's nice seeing the two of you together like this, just like old times. Cole blinked slowly, still a little dazed by everything that was going on. Okay, I'm going to get some water. Don't disappear or anything. He padded off to the kitchen. No need for a chaperone. He knew where the cups were. Wow, you really surprised him, Lizzie. And Pascal too. Did you see his face when I appeared? Yes, I did. Liz patted the cushioned front of the couch. Make yourself comfortable. You don't have to keep hunkering down behind there anymore. With a laugh, Shiloh crossed around the backside and took a seat. But maybe it was awkward being the only one sitting because he kept idly twiddling his fingers. You could hear him humming to himself, a nonsense tune with no real melody, something to keep his voice busy. Being here again could be more nerve-wracking for him than he let on. Quoth's soft voice announced his return. He paused to drag the back of his hand across his mouth, wiping away what droplets of water lingered there. Hi, Shiloh. Welcome back. At Shiloh's confused greeting, Shiloh laughed cheerily. Thanks. Well, I didn't have to read that. He said it himself. I think it's amazing you're all still here in the same neighborhood, just like how it was way back then. Shiloh sighed happily at the moment as Cove raised an eyebrow and gave the room a considering glance. Hey, this is where we met the first time, remember? Right after I moved in, me and Pascal were brought right down here to have a playdate with you. Yeah! Shiloh laughed, his eyes downcast as he fiddled with the corner of his collared shirt. We almost didn't meet in the living room because you wanted to jump out the window to get away from me. Shiloh cringed at the memory of his younger self being pushed to the back. To the forefront of his mind. His mouth going tight, he awkwardly looked away from Shiloh. You have a good memory. Oh, I don't think so. Seeing this place again just brings a lot of things back. He clapped his hands together, an idea suddenly coming to him. But hey, now that our group is together, would you want to go out and visit some old places? I've been hiding in the living room since I got here. Liz wasn't afraid to laugh at herself, bringing her hand to her chest to silently take the blame for that. I'd love to. Yeah. Without missing a beat, the others turned to you for an answer. Definitely. Where to first? Why not? You silently nodded your assent. You shrugged in reply. You looked hesitant. Yeah. With that, the four of you headed out to the neighborhood as one. Even with how short the time you spent indoors was, the sun was momentarily blinding once you left the house. Squinting, you brought your hand to shield your eyes. The pleasant summer day had yet to go away. Only a few whispered clouds drifted along in the sky. As you strolled down the way, Liz took the lead, followed by you and Cole walking side by side. Shadow freely took to walking in the middle of the road, his arms idly swinging back and forth at his sides as he turned his head every which way to take in as much as he could. It was very much a trip down memory lane for him. He wondered how much the neighborhood had changed since changing his eyes. Not a word passed between the group about where you were heading first, but soon enough you found yourselves walking the usual path to the shopping street. Before you reached it, the sounds of it did. A collective of sandals tracking sand, the short calls of seagulls, the overlapping conversations of beachgoers, and the random strains of music from the various stalls. Wow! The awed gasp had come from Shiloh. His eyes were all lit up. Were there always so many different stores in one place?
Yeah.
Of course. Wow, I can see why so many people come here. Hey, do they still have those nice little ice cream stands? Yeah, that hasn't changed. Yay, we should get some. It'll be my treat. Thanks, Shiloh. Ice cream sounds perfect on a hot day. How about you, Cove? You can see that unlike Liz, Cove was struggling with the decision, brow wrinkled in thought. Finally, a hesitant smile appeared on his face as he kept on keeping the spirit of this special occasion. Yeah, sounds good to me. Awesome, and Pascal? I like that, thanks. Charlotte gave a wide grin as if you would have won buying the ice cream. The four of you continued to walk as the ice cream plans were further discussed. Are you getting a popsicle, Lizzie? Yes. Hearing that, Shiloh smiled shyly. I thought you might still like that. I'm gonna get an ice cream cone. Shiloh began to turn towards Cole, but before he could ask, Cole offered up his choice. I'll get an ice cream sandwich. I'm gonna get... I love ice cream sandwiches, actually. So, I want one too. It's a good choice. Cole gave you a quick smile at your matching preference. There was an ice cream stall further up the street, across from a souvenir shop displaying postcards at the seaside and saltwater taffy. There was an ice cream stall further up the street, across from a souvenir shop displaying postcards at the seaside and saltwater taffy in its windows. I want some ice cream sandwiches right now. The stand itself was already hard to miss with its pastel pinks and blues and its eye-catching poster boards listing every individual flavor. It was impossible to ignore once the catchy little jangle playing from its speakers was added. Shiloh greeted the owner and began picking out the treats that everyone had chosen. He paid for them before handing them out to their respective owners. Sinking your teeth into your ice cream sandwich, you relished the sweet chill it left in your mouth. This was right. This was a perfect treat for summer day. Now, this is how I eat my ice cream sandwiches, which is a little, I don't know if any other people eat ice cream sandwiches like this. So how I eat my ice cream sandwiches, I unwrap the entire thing. I might unwrap either half or the whole thing, depends. But I'll tell you, it'll make sense after I tell you how I eat them. So after that, I go, I take the ice cream and I lick the sides of the ice cream, like I turn the ice cream sandwich over to the side and lick around the side. I lick the rim of the ice cream, and I do that until the ice cream gets thin on the inside, and you know the chocolate cookie pot starts to get, starts to hang over the ice cream, and then I start to eat the ice cream a little bit. I start to eat the cookie pot as well, and then I keep licking, and then I keep biting. I keep licking and keep biting. I don't. The first thing I do is not bite. I don't bite. I lick the ice cream sandwich, which is kind of weird, since you would think that if you wanted to lick some ice cream, you would get a cold, and if you want an ice cream sandwich, you would bite it. But I don't know. I like to lick my ice cream sandwiches. You've been buying lots of ice cream recently since it's been hot. It's been real cold where I am. So, yeah, I've been wanting some warm stuff. But you can't say no to ice cream, though. Ice cream is good no matter if it's winter or summer. I think I might get some. So you used to do that too, as well. I'm glad I'm not the only one who did that. I don't know. I feel like that's a little weird now that I talk about it. But I'm happy I'm not the only one. Around you, everyone was eating at their own pace. Liz held her popsicle away from herself, careful not to let it drip onto her dress. She was trying to go about eating as delicately as she would while Shallow dug into his. You counted only 2 or 3 bites before Cove had devoured a sandwich. Shallow laughed, also noticing the way Cove inhaled his food. It's already finished? Cove shrugged a little in reply, his attention more focused on crumpling up the sandwich wrapper in his hand. So, what have you been doing around here since I've been gone? Well, I already told you about me attending college away from here, so I don't really live here anymore. But to be more specific on my life, I'm pursuing a degree in architecture. Shallow perked up at that, his mouth falling open in awe. Amazing! Thanks. Actually, I was thinking about it, and the first time I really decided I liked buildings and building them was when you and I would make sandcastles out on the beach. Aww. Oh, yeah. Aw, Lizzie. That's such a sincere admission from your sister. All Charlotte could do was blush and lower his head, too flattered to know what else to say. Liz laughed, just as flustered, though she had been the one to say it. The atmosphere was awkward, but not pleasant. Charlotte grinned. Like, it's so hard to say that. Charlotte. It's a tongue twister. Okay. Charlotte glanced over at you and Cove. Then what about you two? What have you been up to? Me and Pascal just graduated. High school, I mean. I've got a part-time job. I volunteer at this organization to clean up stuff. Things like that. Yeah, his blush is so cute. I feel like that was sincere at what Lizzie said. That was so sweet. Imagine you being the reason why someone realizes their career path in life. That's so sweet. You nodded along with Cove. You idly explained how you were doing normal things. That's the secret. You explained how you had lots of plans. I'm mainly taking it easy right now. I'm just doing normal things. You felt there wasn't anything super interesting to share about your life. What you cared about was important to you, but you knew it wasn't always the same for other people. Shallow just seemed happy to hear it. Being around him again was a little like picking up an old forgotten habit. Clunky at first, but as the four of you talked, it started to come more naturally. When one of you ran out of things to say, suddenly someone else remembered something new. Oh, right. Do you remember those mean old, not actually grandparents that used to live in our neighborhood? Yeah, they were so mean. Well, they're not here anymore. Oh no! They're not spending summers here anymore. They're still alive. Don't worry. They're still alive. Thank goodness. It helped that Shallow was just as eager to hear what had gone on in his absence as people were to tell him. Soon everyone threw out what trash they had in a nearby garbage can as your group made their way down to the beach. Going down the shore inevitably led to a certain spot. It didn't take long for Shallow to recognize what was in the distance. His words trailed off in the middle of a sentence, his footsteps faltering at first. Then, all at once, he broke away from the group and dashed right into the old park, giggling as he ran. Oh, everything is so small. His laughter petered out as he came to stop by the swings and grabbed hold of one of the support handles. He walked in a little circle around it, marveling at how easily his hand wrapped around its entirety. Emboldened by Charlotte's enthusiasm, Liz popped herself down on one of the swing sets, only to instantly show an expression of regret. There was no way she was comfortable in that tiny seat so low to the ground, not with how she had to scrunch up her legs to fit there. Charlotte creeped up behind her. He took hold of the chains of her swing, one in each hand. What are you doing? And with a grin, Charlotte started walking back. Charlotte shifted in the seat to look at him. You cannot be trying to push me. These are made for kids. It's never gonna work. But Charlotte just hummed and kept pulling her back. Resigning herself to her fate, Liz tucked her legs up as much as possible as Charlotte moved his hands to her back. With a running start, he got her forward and up as far as he could before jumping out of the way. Liz had her eyes squeezed shut, a screech escaping her as the swing started to fall backwards, and when it swung back around, there was Charlotte again to push her. She couldn't kick the ground like she used to, like when we were kids. Her legs were too long for that now, but Charlotte was pushing her enough to keep the momentum going. Excuse me. The air was filled with a wild laughter and almost rhythm like Jangle, the swing chains. Cove sat against the bars of the jungle gym, wearing a bent smile as he watched them. He was fiddling with something, turning it over and over in his hands. When you craned your neck to get a better view, he obligingly lifted it for you to see. It was a piece of shell, one side rough and mottled gray, the other side completely smooth, revealing a faint blue sheen when it caught the light. I saw it on the beach. It's nice, isn't it? Yeah, it's a good one. No, I meant Shiloh. He seems more confident than I remember. I think so too. You found it amazing to be playing with Shiloh at the park again. You thought it was crazy how much time had gone by. Why don't you push me on swings like that? You left the conversation there. I think so too. He and Liz looked closer than they did as kids. Cove nodded, leaning back to enjoy the breeze and blowing in from the sea. Soon your sister began to speak out. All right, I'm ready to get off now. How do you stop this? Don't worry. Shiloh braced himself, one foot planted forward as the swing started coming back down. Then, in one quick motion, he reached up and caught the chains again. The impact had his feet skidding back in the sand, but kept his stance steady. If Liz was surprised at suddenly being brought to a halt, he didn't show it, only tilting her head up to smile at him. No, only tilting her head up to smile at him. Shiloh had yet to catch his breath, though returned the smile just as brightly. He let go of the chains, walking around the swing set and briefly rubbing his hands together before offering one to Liz, which she graciously accepted, needing the help to get off of the tiny seat. Then two of them made their way back over to you and Cove. Liz was looking more ruffled than usual, her sun hat off kilter, having held on for dear life the entire ride. She loves the hat. She even wears it indoors. She took a moment to straighten her outfit back into place. It is very stylish though. That looked fun. It was. Even though you were just pushing me on the swings? Yep, that was the fun part. Huh. Hey, Shiloh. You got an idea what our lives have been like since you've been gone, but I've been wondering what happened to you after you moved away. Shiloh's eyes went wide as if it was surprising to hear. You couldn't recall him talking about himself when you were all telling stories, but maybe he just hadn't been able to find the right timing. He brought his hand to his chin, tapping it thoughtfully as he looked up to the side. Let me look at something right quick. I'm about to look something up. Okay. Yeah, I just want to look something up right quick. So I remember looking up shallow on the Our Life Week wiki, and apparently you can get 4 different shallows depending on your actions, I guess. So this is one shallow we get, which is the regular shallow, the plain shallow. Um, you know, just as shallow as he is, right? But there's 3 different shallows you could get, and they have different personalities. So this is the shallow that you would probably like. I was saying that I would know him from the game, the game he debuted in. He's that same shallow, but you can also get different versions. So um, I'm curious to see if we make any different choices next time. We might get a different shallow. Okay. Anyway, he brought his hand to his chin, tapping it thoughtfully as he looked up to his side. Well, what happened was my mom decided to move back to the south, closer to where I was born. We stayed there for a few years until she got another job offer in California. Again, thanks to a connection she made there. It was a really good job at a private boarding school. She decided to take it. With a wide grin, he said the next part. And as a bonus, her kid, me, got to attend the school and live in the dorms for free. I've been there since my 2nd year of middle school. Pretty soon, I'm gonna be starting my last year of high school. Liz leaned towards him with an attentive smile on his face. Have you been doing all right there? Getting good grades? Got any friends? At the list of questions, Shallow held his hands in front of himself, as if they were physical things he could stave off. Yeah, to everything. It can be a little hard sometimes because of how people are in that school, but I'm happy. How people are? Cole couldn't guess what that meant, but Liz folded her arms, scowling. Don't tell me there's more people like that Nate guy hanging around. Shallow rubbed at his cheek, laughing nervously. He glanced from the bars of the jungle gym to the laces of his shoes to the trees swaying in the distance, unsure where to rest his gaze. Not exactly. Nate doesn't mean to be mean. He just kind of is. He's the school's #1 performer for athletics and academics. He always takes on so much responsibility that the only possible way he can finish it all is if absolutely nothing goes wrong. But that's impossible, so he's always stressed and ready to snap. He can't handle it when someone seems to be causing a problem. That's why during the field trip he was upset that I went off on my own like that. Still, he's smart, reliable, and sensitive and cares a lot. Most of the time, he doesn't even realize his way of dealing with stuff upsets other people. Cove had a patient smile on his face, listening earnestly as Shallow rattled off his list of Nate's good traits. That's sweet. Oh, that's sweet. You know him pretty well. Are you actually friends? Well, not exactly. Me and Nate are in the same after-school group. Once a month, me and 6 other students and a supervisor get together to talk. Yeah, that's the whole concept of the game that he appears in. So the MCJB, has to attend an after-school group with Shallow and 6 other students. Because the 6 of y'all are not the best students. You're all jerks in some way or the other. So they all have different ways of being, jerks. They all have some type of antisocial or some type of, quality like that makes something together. So that group is to help them, work on themselves and improve themselves. So that's how it goes. And then you eventually get to date one of them. You get to date Shallow, you get to date any of the other 6 students. We did it all of last year, and I think that next year we're gonna be in the same group again. I hope so. Nice. That's weird. Why would you want to be in a group with him? I'm glad Nate's not so bad after all. You didn't comment on it. Let's see. Nice. Why would you want to be in a group with him? I guess Nate's not so bad after all. From my limited knowledge, and even from my knowledge, Nate's not bad. I like Nate, actually. I like Nate. After seeing his route, he was nice too. So I feel this way. Anyway, Especially since Shiloh might have to be in the same after-school group as him next year. Liz shook her head at your words. It would take much more for her to be convinced of Nate's upstanding character. Personally, I'd still appreciate having a word with Nate about his communication skills. Her tone of voice was low and pointed. You felt worried for Nate, if not for the playful smile that accompanied her words. Charlotte let a little laugh at that. I do have Nate's number, but he wouldn't pick up. The people in my group only answer when they feel like hearing from me, so I usually have to wait for them to call. Either that, or they never even consider answering my calls, or calling me, or talking to me at all. Unless the supervisor. Unless the supervisor forces them to, which is true. Literally everyone in the group does not want to talk to Shiloh. Except, you know, the MC. Except, well, actually, that's not true. There's one character that's willing to put up with Shiloh. This one character. But besides him, yeah, most of the other characters don't want to talk. It was such a bleak description of his dynamic within his group. We didn't seem to realize it until he glanced up and saw the concerned looks on everyone's faces. His smile fell. He hastened to add one more thing. Well, except for one who will always answer for sure. Oh? She immediately perked up.
Really?
So, is that a friend of yours? He hesitated to answer. Some Cole picked up on. Not exactly. Yeah, I'd like to be friends though. Alright. Liz crossed her arms together once more, grim-faced like she was the commander of a ship, about to lead her little crew into battle. You should call them, right now. What? If you want to be friends with them, I can help. If you're going to be in the same group again, you should at least try to get along. No, I couldn't. He quickly grew flustered, his tongue stumbling over his sentences. I don't want to be a bother.
I mean...
Liz, what are we gonna do? Watch him while he talks to someone on the phone? No, Cove. Shiloh. The last syllable of Shiloh's name shone off to nothing. It soon became clear Liz had not fully thought of a plan yet, but she wouldn't be Liz if she just stopped there. Shiloh could put them on a video call. We could all talk together. Of course. She clapped her hands together, a wide smile on her face that didn't leave room for dissenting opinions. It's a good idea. It'll work. Will it? It's a great idea. It's a terrible idea. Cole's right. You have no words for that. I have no words, actually. Cole gave a long-suffering sigh at Liz's suggestion. Come on, Shiloh. We'll just talk to them, say that we're your friends from out of town. The worst that could happen is nothing changes. But once they have more chances to talk to you, I know they'll be convinced to be better friends. It's gonna turn out okay. Shiloh stalled to answer, but his hand was already hovering over one of the pockets of his pants. All right, we can talk. Yes! Liz clenched a hand to his fist, cheering as Shiloh officially reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. You noticed that it was the same model as your own, but had a red case around it. That would be me, though. Red is my favorite color. Contrary to what y'all might think, based on my color scheme for my model, but red is my favorite color. I did want to have some red in my model, and I feel like the red bow tie is a nice accent color to the rest of the suit. That's mostly white and golden, and the green leaves of the flowers. The green leaves of the flowers match the red since it's complementary colors. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The screen lit up and Shiloh requested a video call with some number in his contacts. None of them on the list had names. He must remember what number belongs to what person. He inched closer to the three of you so you could hear better. Vaguely, you wondered how this looked from the outside. 4 teenagers on the verge of adulthood hanging out on an old playground, all huddled up around a single phone. Strange? Suspicious? The ringing of the phone broke you out of your musings. You kept your eyes on it, your heart beating at the end of each dial tone, thinking, could this be it? Only to have another start up. I've been ranking for a while when you started to think of what Cove said about all of you watching as Shallow talked on the phone. Maybe even that wouldn't happen. Shallow could sense the awkwardness in the air, smiling to try to dispel it. This is normal, don't worry. Just as he said it, the call ended. Not even going to voicemail. Shallow clicked to redial. Oh my gosh. He never answers on the first call. He always does on the second. That's how he is. At least with most people. There are exceptions. You, Liz, and Cole furtively shared ambiguous looks. None of you wanted to accidentally discourage Shallow. Then you focused on the phone again as it started to ring once more. The jangling suddenly cut off in the middle, followed by a faint sound of white noise. With a big smile and flushed cheeks, Shallow brought the phone up to his face. A voice, low and groggy, came rasping out of the speakers. Okay, I already know who it is since I saw a screenshot of this, so I already know who it is. But based on the way that Shallow was talking just now, I wouldn't have expected this to be the person who was talking about, but hello. Shallow, on the other hand, was much more chipper. Hi, I'm visiting a town I used to live in when I was little and wanted to introduce my group mate to the people I knew back then. Some have already met Nate. Can you say hey to them too? And with that rushed introduction, Shallow stuck the phone out towards Cove, gesturing for him to greet the person on the other end. Although Cove hadn't been on board in the beginning, the only indication of that now was the lopsided tilt of a smile. He turned to gaze down to the screen, opened his mouth to speak, only to stutter to a complete stop. Huh? All Cove could do was sputter agape at the screen. His reaction had Shallow's brow crinkling in worry. What? Shallow's group mate didn't sound particularly impressed with how this conversation was going so far. Shallow frowned, retracting his arm away from Cove. As he did so, the screen tilted towards you and you caught a glimpse of what was on the screen. It's Jeremy! My lovely Jeremy. Light green hair, sharp orange eyes, shadowed with bangs, icy pale skin, all tied together to make up the scowling face of a person who clearly had no desire to be here. Oh my gosh. Recently, okay, so when we saw Jeremy in the previous step, I was like, I'm kind of in a mood for some more Jeremy again. So I went and re-binged. I went and binged his route again of XOXO Droplets, the game that they debut in. I'm like, I miss Jeremy. I need to go and like rewatch his route, and it was fun. I liked rewatching it. But yeah, he looks completely different. He got a new hairstyle. He doesn't wear glasses. Sometimes he wears glasses sometimes, but he has contacts. Sometimes he has these like little side bangs braided, which is real cute. And he has a you know, kind of looks like an Eeyore, like from Winnie the Pooh. You knew him. A flood of memories arose, flashes that one summer years ago at this very same park. You holding on to the arrangement of fruit, Derek and Cove at your side, and that kid, mean as a tiny chihuahua, snapping at everyone who dared to come close. Are you Jeremy? The bowl cut kid, you screamed. Quick, hang up the phone. Wow, you're a lot better looking now. Yeah, I'm sorry, that bowl cut was not it. You stayed in shock. Are you Jeremy? Yeah. His reply was palpably disinterested. How did you know this name? How did you know his name was Jeremy? You didn't tell them? No, I only called you somebody from my group at school. Jeremy regarded you cautiously, for the first time giving the situation a little of his focus. Cole bristled, sucking in a long, deep, dramatic breath.
Oh my god.
All at once, he started shouting, and not just with his voice. He waved his arms around, gestured wildly with his hands as he repeatedly yelled, "Oh my god!" with all sorts of inflections. Oh my god! 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 At these antics, Jeremy gave a shot of a sigh through his teeth. The sound tinted over the phone speakers. What is this, Shiloh? Are you trying to make me suffer? Are you still mad about what happened at the amusement park? I was on your side, you know. Liz, who had been entirely lost the whole time, finally spoke up.
Huh?
Oh, what happened at the amusement park? But no one paid that question any mind. I know, Cole is like overreacting, like goodness gracious. So cute though. I don't know what's going on. Have you met each other before? No. It was an immediate reply from Jeremy, but then those stinging eyes squinted. Wait. There was a flash of recognition there as he leaned his head forward and scrutinized the both of you. His eyes wide would somehow find a his already wide frowns somehow found a way to grow deeper at his realization.
Oh, it's you people. Again.
Jeremy, no, that's not how you talk to me. Jeremy, no. Oh, he read it already. I don't need to read it. He looked from Shiloh to Cove and then to you. You could tell he was carefully putting his thoughts together.
Sorry.
I have no idea how you people got in contact with me or what Shiloh has to do with this, but I'm sorry. What? Jeremy sighed again. His gaze rolled over to Cove. I don't remember what exactly I did or what I said, but I know what I was like as a kid, and really that's all I need to know. Well, okay, but who was that apology for? It better be for me and Pascal. He spoke sternly, though there was no hiding the shakiness present. That didn't matter. Cove coming to your defense by confronting Jeremy brought a warm smile to your face. Jeremy, on the other hand, continued to be unimpressed. The corner of his lips twitched. I don't need to know what this teenage guy equivalent of a smooshy squeak is, but I do now. Thanks for that. A small offended noise escaped Cove. Unfortunately, it was also squeaky sounding. His face immediately burned red with embarrassment. Hey, that's my squeak toy you're talking about. I laughed. What a perfect description. Cope's exactly like that. That's it. You better not step foot into this town again. I didn't say anything. Hey! Taking a small step forward, your hands instinctively curled into fists. You couldn't believe at the first chance he got, Jeremy insulted Cove again. Glancing at Cove to silently ask, "Can you believe this?" You noticed the tiny smile on his face. You noticed the tiny smile on his face at your offensive on his behalf. Jeremy didn't react at all. He continued watching the four people on his other end of this unwanted call, lackadaisically.
Whatever.
The apology is for whoever. Anyone who had to deal with me back then, they weren't having a good time. He shrugged. Jeremy's focus cycled from you to Cove and then back again. I kind of remember what happened, I think. You were sensitive and you didn't have patience for me. That makes sense. Jeremy tilted his head Cove's way and then yours respectfully. Amazed, Cove took a few processing moments before he could respond. He blinked and rubbed the back of his neck. Oh, thanks. I mean, it's no problem. You just looked away. I still got my eyes on you. You lucky you're not here in person. I accept your apology. Thank you, Jeremy. This is honestly incredible. Okay then. Well, I accept your apology, Jeremy. This moment was the absolute last thing you had expected today, but you couldn't help but to be pleased that it happened. Whatever. His signature phrase. Following Cole's eye, you watched it dart from Shiloh to Jeremy, openly wondering what had happened to Jeremy over these past few years. So, you're nice now?
Nope.
No. I don't throw tantrums or pick fights anymore, but I'm not nice. He just doesn't care. He just doesn't care about anything at all. That's why he acts like this. There's no point in getting worked up over it and throwing tantrums because nothing matters. He's a nihilist. Jeremy shook his head in disbelief. That squeak toy comment wasn't a compliment, you know. I don't have the energy to get angrily worked up like I used to as a kid. It's all yeah, there he goes. Classic Jeremy. It's all pointless anyway. Now I'm just miserable. His tone was even grumblier than usual and dragged the syllables out on the last word for extra emphasis. Oh. An awkward laugh escaped Shiloh. Then his mouth put into a demure smile. Don't let what Jeremy says about himself get you down. He's got people who care about him. And make sure he's okay. Like me. Don't listen to Shiloh. It's nice you're looking out for someone else, Shiloh. I don't really care if Jeremy's sad or not. I'm still not over the fact that you two of you know each other. You didn't say anything. I mean, what a coincidence, to be honest. That got a snort out of Jeremy. Me neither. Okay, seriously, how long am I meant to be out of the loop here? His expression twisted in frustration as Liz rubbed her right temple. Why am I the only person who doesn't know this kid? Charlotte goes to school with him, that's fine. But how did the two of you meet him and I didn't? Because, Elizabeth, you were busy trying to be a cool teenager and wouldn't hang out with us. I mean, I think Shiloh was mentioned to, not Shiloh, Jeremy's mentioned to her at least one time before. The shopping district. I think remember there was one episode when Jeremy was the shopping district. We were with Derek, Elizabeth, Cove, and we pointed at him and she saw him, but she never met him. You tried to explain. You were there, I think. He was around town one summer, maybe 5 years ago. Is that all? While Liz seemed to be underwhelmed, Shiloh appeared to be utterly amazed. You had to hold back a small laugh.
Really?
You knew Jeremy as a little kid? What was he like? I've only known him for 1.5 years. Well, his voice immediately hushed into nothing. You could see Cole wince just thinking on the past encounters. You reflected on that as well. Actually, Cole does a Jeremy impression. Why don't you do that instead? Oh, that would be so bad. Should I embarrass him? I don't know. Should I embarrass him? He still does the Jeremy impressions. It would be funny if Jeremy did that. I don't know. But would I do that in this situation? Would I ask him to do it? No, I wouldn't do that. But I want to see how his reaction's like, though. You could already picture past Jeremy in his mind. He was a mean kid. He was horrible. All he did was yell and say people were dumb. He was kind of pathetic. You didn't know how to explain it. You didn't attempt to answer. He was mean. You weren't sure how to explain him besides that simple term. Cove nodded firmly in agreement. It didn't matter what happened. He was mad about everything. He really was. Jeremy's expression didn't give away a single sign of what he might have been thinking. He continued to blandly stare at you both until he finally spoke.
Yep.
Yeah, that sounds like me. That confirmation, Charlotte burst into uncontrollable laughter. Even when he called moments later, gasping for breath, there was still a wide grin plastered on his face. I can't even imagine Jeremy being like that. I can't imagine him not being like that. They both chuckled again. Cole's mouth pulled into a bent smile. I mean, Jeremy hasn't made fun of my eyebrows once this whole conversation. Unbelievable.
Huh.
Jeremy blinked and focused all of his attention to Cove. His eyes unmistakably narrowed in on his eyebrows. He didn't say anything at first, and then the words came out in a mumble. That makes sense. I guess insulting eyebrows was just what I did as a kid. What does that mean? What do you think it means? You weren't the only kid in the world with bad eyebrows, and you were not the only one I picked on for it.
Seriously?
I wasn't? You couldn't help yourself, could you? Nope. Wow. So what made their eyebrows bad? Are you curious if yours are better? By the terrible eyebrow standards, at least? No.
Sigh.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Speaking of which, I watched the playthrough of this game without voice. I think there's voice acting in XOXO Droplets, but the person I watched play it, she voice acted all the characters like how I'm doing now. And he would always say sigh. He would either sigh, like he would put the quotation, like the asterisk, and like sigh, but then sometimes he would say sigh. And I didn't know if that was like true or not. Like I didn't know if this was supposed to represent his actual speech. But now hearing him say the word sigh out loud, it's like, wow, he actually just says sigh. Who does that? Incredulously. Go looked up from Jeremy to you, and then back to him again. You had to question if you heard that right. He's just spoke the word sigh instead of actually sighing. Noticing the reaction, Jeremy sighed for real, but he continued on to answer Cove's question. The guy has a particularly odd hair coloring. White hair, blowing on the top of his head. Wait, who's he talking about? Wait. Oh, okay. The question is who has the worst eyebrows? Okay. Every other strand on his body is dark brown, including his immensely bushy eyebrows. He was born that way. It's not dyed. Oh, I know who he's talking about. Oh, I know who oh, this is so sweet. So you were the scarred boy with dumb wavy eyebrows. He was a white-haired boy with stupid caterpillar eyebrows. I know who he's talking about. Okay, so who he's talking about right now is that this guy that he insulted, the guy who has the bushy caterpillar eyebrows with white hair that he's talking about right now. They became best friends. They're kind of like sweet best friends in XOXO Droplets. It's so sweet. I love them together. It's so sweet. I love the relationship. Ow. Unexpectedly, a loud gasp came from Shallow at that description. No. Oh. No, you picked on Pran for his eyebrows? Yeah, Pran's the name of the person. I did. I'm sure you find that hilarious. No, that's not very funny. So he said, but Shallow was smothering laughter. The unconvinced note in Sharma's voice didn't surprise you. Okay, wait. Give me a second. Let me just... Sharma rolled his eyes in the slowest, most exaggerated way possible. When he made a complete circle, he spoke flatly while Shallow broke into a fit of giggles. There. Who's Pran? Shallow knows him too?
Well,
Jeremy and Pran have known each other for a long time. They managed to go to the same boarding school later on. I met them both there in the spring of last summer. We're all group mates. Jeremy's gaze slid away from Shallow. He looked somewhere between you and Cove. Pran and I met 4.5 years ago. Back when I was still an intolerable brat, and Pran was meek. Oh, speaking of Pran, also, in Our Life 2, I don't know if you've seen screenshots for Our Life 2, but Pran is in Our Life 2, just like how these two are in Our Life 1, Pran's gonna be in Our Life 2. I don't know if he's gonna be the only one in Our Life 2. Maybe we might see the other other 3 characters besides these 3 people in them. But he looks so cute. Maybe after this is over, I'll show you what they look like. You can only imagine how amazing the combination was. Yeah, it must make those group meetings awkward. Nope. Somehow, some way, for some reason, Pran chose to stubbornly stick with me for as long as we've known each other. Aw, he's my best friend. What? It's surprising, I know. I have a best friend, and his caterpillar brow guy of all people. But I guess things balanced out in the end. Pran's timid nature is good and dead. He grew up to be closer than me. I'm mopey and he's broody. A perfect match. Two peas and ruining everyone's life's pod.
Gross.
Don't quote Everett. Cole whined after Jeremy snapped his last remark. Now who's Everett? You don't want to know. Yeah, you don't want to know. Shallow hummed and he watched his 3 old friends with a very amused smile. He was having fun. Before he could say anything, Jeremy continued. Everett's also a part of the group, unfortunately. But he chose not to elaborate further than that. Liz sighed this time. You could feel her frustration. You couldn't blame her for that. She hadn't been able to participate much at all. She didn't know Jeremy back then, so there was no basis for reminiscing now. And there was a 10-year gap in the history with Shallow. The whole situation struck an odd chord with you. 2 boys that you knew separately came to know each other, and now they know each other much more than they know any of you. Shallow was almost a stranger. You shrugged the feeling off. You didn't know how to feel. You were on the same page as Liz. You felt down. You were glad things seemed to be going all right. You felt annoyed about how things unfolded. I mean, at this, I would feel like how Liz is. I get kind of sad when I have a friend and they have another friend, and then I realize that those friends are really nice and really close to each other, and I'm not really, you know, involved in the happenings. And I feel like, oh, they probably don't like me. They probably like each other more than they like me. I feel like that sometimes. But on the surface, it was fun. At the end of the day, you didn't know either of them. It was uncomfortable, letting reality sink in. Shallow was almost a stranger to you. Turned to the 3 of you, Shallow smiled apologetically. You wondered if he was picking up on how in the dark you, Liz, and Cole were feeling. He was perceptive when he wanted to be. At least, that's what you remembered of Shallow. We knew what he was like now. Hey, is there anything you want to hear about Jeremy? I can tell you all about him. We should get to know each other better. Don't do that. It'll be okay. Jeremy whined, but Shallow brushed his complaints off. He remained happily focused on the rest of you and listening to perk up at the conversation shift. That sounds great. We should get to know Jeremy. So, who wants to go first? Despite being eager, it was obvious that Liz didn't have any ideas herself. Jeremy let out a very long sigh. When's his birthday? What's his full name? Can I get his number? What are his parents like? Does he have any siblings? Does he have any hobbies? Is he doing well in school? How tall is he? What happened to his bowl cut and glasses? What did happen at the music park? Is he single? I don't have any questions. Okay, let's ask about the bowl cut. He had a bowl cut? That sent Shallow into a fit of laughter, while Jeremy shook his head disapprovingly. Through chuckles, Shallow continued with his best guess. His mom and dad probably decided that back then, and now he picked. Or they developed new tastes over the years. As for glasses, Jeremy wears contacts at school and when he's out and about. But he still wears glasses when he's at home or working part-time in his parents' hobby shop. Okay, what would I reasonably ask in this situation? What are his parents like? Because he talked a lot about his parents. They're nice and optimistic. They work really hard, but they can be smothering, sort of, and usually embarrass Jeremy. Jeremy seemed unenthused by Shallow's answer. Does he have any siblings? No, Jeremy's the only child. He doesn't have any pets either. Although Pran spends almost no time with his own family and a lot with Jeremy's. It's kind of like a sibling relationship, Don't bring Pran into this awful thing. Okay. Does he have any hobbies? Reading and crafty handiwork type of stuff. Oh, archery. Jeremy's really talented. Seriously? That's so cool. Jeremy scoffed at the compliments. He clearly wanted to move on from the conversation. Is he doing well in school? What did happen at the music park? Oh, I don't actually know. I can only think of one time when we were both there. I'm not sure what part he's talking about. As far as I could tell, I didn't do anything to upset him. And I know he didn't do anything to me. Sigh. That's where you're going with, Shiloh. Jeremy, what happened? I'm not gonna tell you. It's humiliating. And Shiloh knows I'm not gonna say anything. That's why he won't explain either. For several quiet moments, everyone stared at Shiloh and Jeremy in confusion. Shiloh had a similar look on his face before it burned his eyes. Sorry, I can't help you with this one, Pascal. Okay, so you purposely avoiding talking about the situation. Okay, Shiloh, I see how you are. Okay. Well, that's probably all I would ask in this situation. But I do want to know if I can get his number. Can we can we talk to him after this? What? Why? Sure. Oh wow, I actually get it. That's nice. Ignore Jeremy again. Charlotte immediately started listing off the number for you. Jeremy grimaced while you contentedly saved it in your contact list. Yay, get his number. Okay. Well, yeah, that's probably all I would say. Cool. Thanks for asking. Cove, do you have any questions for Jeremy? Stunned, it took Cove a moment to recover from being put on the spot. But ultimately his eyes shifted from Shiloh's and locked with Jeremy's. They remained like that long enough that it was as if they could speak telepathically. Alright, yeah. I have a question, but Shiloh can't answer. Fine. Ask me and let's get this over with. What do you think of me? Even if you don't think I'm tough or something, do you still feel like I'm stupid and wrong about everything? A crack formed in Jeremy's lackadaisical expression. His barely open eyes lifted a little more, but he still spoke flatly. My opinion on stuff is basically the least important thing you could ever worry about. It's pointless. Well, I'm still asking. So? Cove, right? That's your name? Cove nodded. There was a tint of pink in his cheeks as he bashfully rubbed his arm. Okay, Cove. You seem like a guy who cares a lot about things that don't matter. It seemed pretty dumb to me, but I outgrew that years ago. And being as soft as you act, it isn't something I would ever do, basically. But you know what the absolute dumbest thing really is? Cove shook his head and creased his brows. He didn't lean forward just a bit, like he couldn't risk not hearing what revelation Jeremy was going to bestow upon him. Making yourself miserable if you don't have to be. Oh. If you and the rest of the people here have a way to enjoy existence, then you should go ahead and do that. Stay gentle and happy, dumb eyebrow guy. Oh, Jeremy.
You have my approval.
You have my approval if that's what you wanted. I hope you all have wonderful lives and suffer as little as possible. Oh, Jeremy. Oh, wow. The wood tumbled. The wood tumbled out softly. Cole was earnestly amazed by Jeremy's words.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you know what's not gonna make you stay happy? What, talking to you? Because you just make everything sad and terrible. What? Yeah, talking to a downer like me. So really, you should just end this conversation right now. And then if you should ever call me again for the rest of your lives, Jeremy, no! I would never do that. That sounds good. Can I hang up already? Oh, wait, Jeremy. I can't never call you again. Shut up, Shiloh. Unfazed, Shiloh laughed with the tilt of his head. Building something good up only to try undercutting it. That's Jeremy I know. Sorry. The word dripped with sarcasm and was accompanied by a smirk. It was the first time you saw him smile this entire time. Cole picked up meekly, an awkward smile of his own on his face. Maybe my opinion is totally skewed because I'm not comparing things now to how Jeremy used to be, but I mean, you don't seem that bad. Cole needed to look away from Jeremy's painfully sharp eyes to finish his thought. I'd probably be okay with talking to you again. Sigh. Come on. You have standards. I want to keep talking with Jeremy too. Yeah, Cole, he's pretty cute. I'd be fine with ending this call now. I do think he's that bad. Yeah, no comment. He is cute, but that's not what I would say. Jeremy groaned loudly at your acceptance of him. Your smile only widened in amusement, and Liz clapped her hands. Wonderful!
Good.
Now that we're so much closer to this Jeremy kid, I think we could all get along together, and be friends. Friends. Jeremy repeated the word back like it was a foreign phrase. He genuinely didn't seem to understand. That's right. If we keep on working on it, I don't see why the five of us can't be friends. He stared at Liz incredulously for several moments, her expression twisted into a fresh confusion of her own. Okay, 3 things. First, I already have one whole friend, and that's more than enough. Second, I still don't know who you are. Did you even say her name at this point? And most importantly, third, one of the people in this friendship is Shallowfields. He and I aren't gonna be friends. Well, why not? And I'm Liz, by the way. Because he's Shiloh. Our relationship is as good as it's ever gonna be. He mercifully leaves me be most of the time, and on weird occasions where he needs something, I just get it over with. Then he goes away again and I have a modicum of peace. You know how it works, right? You're in it with me. We have the best arrangement possible the way it is. Jeremy looked at Shiloh, seriously to back up the validity of the relationship, but Shiloh shook his head with a laugh. I don't try to hang around too much, but that's because you're shy. You're the one who thinks that setup is actually a good idea. Sorry. Jeremy turned his face to the side and let another exaggerated sigh. Cole and Liz joined on Shallow's mirth. Jeremy got no support. Sigh. Of course you'd say that. Why do I even bother? That's Shallow's famous memory for you. Uh-oh. Liz's chuckling stopped. Wait, what does that mean? Shiloh's famous memory. What? Well, whatever. Basically, Shiloh annoyingly remembers anything that happens for all of eternity. At least until some piece of info he has isn't helpful anymore, or he's got explaining to do. Then magically, all of a sudden, he doesn't know anything about it. His boldly inconsistent recollection of situations is pretty much a running joke. It's Shallow's stick. One of them, anyway. Uh-oh. Liz, no! A scowl dug into Liz's face as Jeremy spoke. Cove lost a smile, seeing her reaction. Shallow remained silent, with his big childlike eyes locked on his sister. Jeremy began to shrink away from the screen at the change in atmosphere. He broke eye contact with everyone. I'm guessing he didn't mention that.
No.
No, he didn't. And he said he forgot something to you. I do recall him saying a little thing like that. Sorry. But, well, apparently you had the pleasure of meeting Nate. You know me, and I talked a little about a Pran, and Effort too. We're all in the unbearable group, and we're all unbearable people. What an amazing coincidence, huh? What we're about is kind of hard to hide. I'm gonna go now. I don't want to be the fifth wheel to your little group. You other people have a good day, I guess. And Shiloh, I'll see you back at school. Bye. Jeremy promptly ended the call. Just as people had begun to warm up to him, he accidentally found a new way to ice the mood again. Shiloh, now averting his own gaze, put his phone away and chuckled. I knew that Jeremy didn't think highly of me, but he's even worse than I thought. That's really sad. Shiloh? Her firm tone immediately brought Shallow's focus back to her. Once she got his attention, however, Liz's voice became small. My hand keeps pressing keeps right clicking the screen. When we first met you in the city, did you know who we were? Did you pretend not to recognize us? The two old friends watched each other for a beat, but ultimately, Charlotte closed his eyes with a lopsided smile. "Aw, Lizzie, you've got to know I could never really forget you." Liz was speechless, but Liz went quiet. Cole couldn't stop himself from shouting out. "Oh my God, you were lying to them?" "Lying is a strong word. I was improvising." "That's cruel, Shiloh." "Yep, that makes way more sense than you not figuring it out. You didn't really mind, but instead you were concerned about why he felt that was the best option. You crazy and a lie." You smirked and thought Shiloh was pretty bold. Didn't have any idea what to say next. You opened your mouth to speak, but there was nothing. Oh gosh, Liz is so upset. "Go home, Shiloh, or go to my house and wait there until we can send you home." "Okay." With her shoulders dipped and head low, Shiloh obediently left the park alone. After he disappeared up the road, Liz sat her butt down right in the sand with no concern of how dirty her dress might got this time. You went after Shiloh to confront him. You went after Shiloh to just talk to him. You crouched down next to your sister. Let me see. I'm either gonna choose this one or this one. Crouch down, crouch down, crouch down. Go after. I don't know. I'm too curious. Watch, Liz. I'll be back.
What?
You didn't give an explanation and you just shot out of the park after Shiloh. You caught up with him on your neighborhood street. He must have noticed your footsteps because he was standing still in the middle of the road, waiting. You couldn't read his expression and he didn't say anything. "I want to talk." He smiled while fiddling the rim of his hat. "We will, later. Thanks for trying." And that was it. Oh, okay. He turned his back on you, continued his walk of shame. He wanted to wait like Liz had asked. Even after all this time, he listened to her. There was nothing you could do. He left and let her rejoin the others at the park. Cole seemed concerned for you when you arrived, but you quickly reassured him when you sat down. He nodded and gave you space. He nodded and gave you space by your sister. She hadn't moved from where you had first left her, however. Your presence caused her to stir. "You can go. We're done." Cole shared an unsure look with you. She wanted to be alone, but this wasn't the time for that. We're not going anywhere. Accepting that you were going to be here for this, she let out a groan. At the same time, Liz pulled the sides of her hat down, gripping it tightly in frustration. "I can't believe you pretended not to know us. Since when was Shiloh too good to catch up with acquaintances? It's infuriating. Am I an idiot for thinking we could talk?" You wrapped your arms around her. You leaned against her. You took her arm. You watched her cautiously. Oh. You wiggled closer and pulled your big sister. You wiggled closer and pulled your big sister into a hug from the side. You continued to hold on even when she didn't let go of her hat. "No, you're not an idiot." Oh, did she say she's an idiot? Oh. "No, you're not an idiot. No, you're smart and talented and amazing. No, you're not an idiot." "Yeah, Shiloh's a tool." "I know, and I shouldn't care. It doesn't matter if one person doesn't want to be my bestie. He's not the greatest man on earth. I'll be fine. But I brought him all the way here from the other side of the state. I don't even know why he did any of this." She finally removed her hands from the brim of the hat in order to rub her temples instead. "It blows." Cove nodded and nervous laughter at her unexpected phrasing. She didn't mind it. It's true, but you always had me. Say the word and I'll force answers out of him. I bet he's just intimidated by successful women. Liz, if we ever see that guy again, I'll hurl him into the ocean. We'll have so much fun without him. He has no idea who you're missing on. I'm here for you, Liz. Through thick and thin, no matter what. Oops. Okay, I didn't mean to click that necessarily because I was still thinking, but that's fine. I'll say it. Thanks, baby brother. He squished you tight and rocked you back and forth in a dramatic hug. He let out a Cove-like squeak. I love you. I love you too. What is family for? Well, I thought it was for hawking the phone while growing up, but this works. She released you with a shaky, self-impressed laugh. Oh, and thank you too, Cove, for being around. We're gonna officially be family one day, right? She showed him a round smile, tensed up, her face going red. He was willing to take a teasing if it made her feel better. Don't mention it. Good. Oh, Liz rested her eyes after those last couple words. It eased your heart to see her feel better. Cove let out a soft sigh of relief. We gonna be family one day, right? I had the wedding DLC, so yeah. I came prepared for that. Hey. Cole brought his face closer to yours so he could speak in a whisper. Are you okay? I know Liz, was his best friend, but you knew him too. And you were there when he did his whole pretend improvisation act. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. I'm sad. I'm furious. I don't know how to feel. You didn't say anything. I'm okay. Then I'm glad. He doesn't deserve to be gone for 10 years and then suddenly mess with everyone's emotions. Cove ended his checkup by reaching over to pat you on the shoulder reassuringly. Your longtime neighborhood group sat together quietly in the sand, just enjoying the familiarity and support. You weren't entirely sure how much time had passed, but you were eventually caught off guard by a soft call in the distance. In unison, the three of you turned your heads to the sound, and there, standing at the edge of the playground, was Charlotte himself. He waved. You moved in front of Liz protectively. You huddled over to Liz nervously. You huddled over to Cove nervously. You flipped him off. You froze in place. You simply waited there. I'll wait and see what he has to say. You wanted to give him a chance. You got a lot of nerve, Shiloh. It's a good thing your name is Fields, since I'm putting you into the crowd. No one wants you here. Do you have something to say? I'll punch you in the face. You didn't speak. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait and see what he has to say. Did you have something to say? I couldn't hear you from over there, but don't get up on my account. I'll come to you. What? You knew no one had actually spoken, and Shiloh almost certainly did too. Shiloh approached with easy strides, as if he had been welcome. You were floored with how much confidence or shamelessness the boy was apparently capable of now. Liz turned her face and refused to acknowledge what was happening. She might have been trying to think happy thoughts and wish Shiloh's presence away. Unfortunately, it didn't work. When Shiloh arrived, he plopped down on the sand and the rest of you. His legs folded crisscross. Hi. Hi. Get lost, Shiloh. I will in just a minute. What do you want now? Well, I figured you want to talk to me after you had some space. I ought to let you do that, even if you're gonna yell at me. Liz finally faced him to be free and snap at Shiloh with full force. And why in the world would you think that? Unfazed, Shiloh looked back at her softly. You haven't changed that much, Lizzie. You're the one who found me online when I brushed you off earlier this summer. When have you ever preferred leaving something unresolved on your end? You didn't even get a chance to make me explain why I did it. I bet you're dying to do that. Liz ground her teeth, quietly fuming. Shall have called it right, and that sucked for her. Fine, I'll bite. Give me your excuses. Well, mostly it was bad timing. I could have handled it a lot better if I had known I was going to see you that day. And if there wasn't a self-important hall monitor dutifully watching over my every move people made. And hi, good to see you. Gotta go was simply too much for your little heart to manage. Of course, the goal was to keep as much distance as possible. I mean, I was a guy you knew wouldn't have been helpful. So you can't stand us. And merely trying to reconnect was simply just a huge pain for you after all. Amazing. Wonderful. Thank you so much for saying so. No, that's not it. Don't feel bad though, you're almost never wrong. I need to keep my hand off the mouse because I keep doing that. I'll use the enter bar to go to the next dialogue because using the mouse is making me click. Your older sister's eyebrows twitched as she stared at Shiloh in tired disbelief. He smiled back at her brightly. I did it so this wouldn't happen. What? I dealt with that situation the way I usually do, by saying stuff I didn't actually mean, because it's easier that way. You heard Jeremy. That's what I'm known for. Sure, right now you're mad that I pretend to remember you, but if I hadn't done that, it would have been something else later on, and we would have to. But if I hadn't done that, it would have been something else later on, and we'd have ended up here still. Liz's anger became more and more difficult for her to maintain. It was soon replaced with sad confusion. Then don't do that. Don't be like that. Why not be someone you're actually okay showing to me? Shiloh chuckled uncomfortably and searched for a way to explain himself to his former idol. I wouldn't have made you so sad if I could have avoided it. I mean that. I thought I could at least finish this visit without issues. Jeremy wasn't someone I expected to call me out. That's pointless to him usually. But I'm not going to be someone who personally revolves around you making you happy. No matter how much I follow others, it wasn't for them. Every decision was mine. I couldn't be in charge, so being a psychic to the best option was something I did for my sake. I chose to let people be the boss when that's what I need, and choose where to stop it. And the best I can do for you now is to spare you from dealing with that. I'm not as earnest as you are. I'm not as nice as you are. I was always like that, even as a kid. Back then I wanted to fit in, even if it meant excluding someone else. If they were the odd one out, that'd mean I wasn't. Finding my place here got harder when Cove moved in. It was a great thing for everybody that I ended up moving away. I ended up moving myself soon after that. He was speechless. That's horrible. You knew it. I was sure you weren't being honest back then. You felt bad for him hearing that. Huh, okay then. You don't want to say it out loud, but you had always suspected that. I'm torn between these two choices. Because, in step one, you could choose choices that make you suspicious of Shiloh with the way that he, as a child, he would either, if Lizzie was there, he would let Lizzie make all the decisions. And if she wasn't there, if it was just us and him, he would let us make all the decisions. And he would always, he remembered the first, one of the first moments that we had, he gave us all the money that he had in his pocket just so we can go get some ice cream. And he seemed like it seemed like that he didn't care about it. And we thought that was strange. So I could say this or I could say that, because I do feel bad for Shiloh. I do. I know Shiloh's controversial in the community because he was one of the first. I always like cute characters in general. He was so cute. So I initially liked him the most. And, after his revelation in his original game, I couldn't even justify what he was doing, but I don't know. I give people chances. I still think Shiloh could improve himself. I think he could be better. So, I don't know. I feel bad for him. Let's see. I'll just say I feel bad. I do. I wonder like why did he end up like this? Why did he become like this? You know, it sounded like he struggled to develop relationships, and you wonder why he ended up that way. I knew that's exactly how you were back then. You were a scaredy cat who wanted someone to defend you.
Jeez.
I simply imagine that in the past 10 years you grew out of that and learned how to speak to others like, I don't know, an actual grown-up human being. Well, in my defense, I'm not an adult yet. I won't be 18 until later this year in October. October 30th. You remembered! So did you, punk. Shallow chuckled self-consciously as Liz smirked at him. There was an affable moment before she became serious again. I liked you when we were kids. I wanted to know you now. That's what upset me the most. The idea that maybe you only wanted to be rid of your old friends.
Aw.
Oh, Lizzie, you're too good to need someone like me in your life. That's the truth. I'm not worth it. Oops.
Aw.
Okay. Except for unusual people with odd taste. And she straightened up in the sand, brushing her dress back out. That's an incredibly annoying thing to say. It's insane. You only change in stupid ways and say the same for the rest. That's fair. Is it? It means maybe I have unusual taste. Liz is okay. After all that, Liz is still willing to try to make this friendship work. You could have stuffed Charlotte's entire hand into his mouth for how wide he opened it. Really? Well, as much as a mother hen being compelled to look out for her chick, no matter how useless they are, it's unusual. Wait. Well, as much as mother hen being compelled to look out for their chick, no matter how useless they are, is unusual. I can't help it. You haven't changed that much after all, either. You're still Shiloh. You're painfully still Shiloh.
You're welcome.
I brought you here. I'm not going to abandon you. It has to be someone's job to look out for you and to keep an eye on you. Look out for and keep an eye on you. Will her shorty returning? She put herself up from the ground and glowered down at Shiloh with her arms folded. Now, I do want an apology for everything done behind our backs when you could have opened up with all that you just said. You could have given us the real chance or stayed home. This stuff was rude. To me, and Pascal, and Cove too. As it bring the baby chick comparison to life, Shiloh dutifully did as being told. Sorry, Lizzie, Pascal, and Cove, everyone. I don't want to cause problems or ruin the day. And you don't have to accept just because I'm saying it. Not everyone needs to like everyone. Alright then. You were kind of mean sometimes when we were kids, but I wasn't very nice to you either. All this recent stuff isn't really something to make about me, so I'm not gonna hold on to it. I mean, as long as you're not going to keep upsetting people from now on. Thanks, Cove. I'll avoid doing that in the future. He didn't change his focus to you. His expression was curious. He wanted to know how your feelings landed on him. Were you pretending to have a good time with us today? I accept your apology. I'm not forgiving you. Don't even think about it. You could have given him a straight answer. You shouldn't forgive him. That's crazy. You gave him a faint smile, feeling sort of relieved. I'll accept your apology. Shiloh was being Shiloh, and all you could do. Okay, but before we do that, I want to see this. What does he say about this? Okay, he did. So, did you have a good? Were you pretending to have a good time with us today? No, it was really great to come back to old neighborhood and see you three. I only guessed it would end badly, so I tried not to get into the situation in the first place. Okay, so he did like the reunion, and it seemed like it too. I don't know. I feel like that wasn't fake. I feel like the way he was so energetic and so happy about seeing all the new places, seeing all the stuff. I feel like that was just too authentic to be made up.
Thank you.
Pascal, do you want to stay for what's left of the evening? As you got to your feet, you thought about it. You're ready to give Shiloh another chance. Sorry, I have to go. I mean, I guess I'll stay. I still like Shiloh. If Liz is looking out for Shiloh, someone has to look out for her. I'm kind of curious to see what will happen next. I'll stick around. I just feel sorry for you, Shiloh. I want us to stay together. If Liz is looking out for Shiloh, someone has to look out for her. A sly grin went across your face. Shiloh jumped to his feet, straightened his cap on the landing. Lynn will be so proud. You didn't all leave. Crow rose as well, but would have grown. Another group mate. Nope, he's our group supervisor. He's also friends with my mom. And if you're still wondering, the group is for people who have difficult to deal with attitudes. Jeremy and Nate being it makes a lot of sense, huh? Shiloh spoke simply and finished his thought with a breezy shrug. Liz sighed loudly and then she smiled ruefully at him. Geez, Shiloh, you've certainly made yourself other people's problems since leaving. Well, now you all know me better too. Thanks for sharing. A small smirk appeared on her face as she watched Shiloh. You didn't fail to notice the hint of sarcasm in her voice. And thank you, Pascal. And accompanied by warm smiles, Liz's tone was sincere. I can keep hanging out with everyone too. Sheepish, Cove rubbed his arm. Liz's smile stretched into a grin at that news. Aw, thanks for sticking around. Well then, what now? The four of you stared at each other in silence until Shiloh intentionally made a suggestion. Oh, just like old times. Would anyone like to build a sandcastle? That sounds ideal. Your older sister began to truly relax again, and you were glad to see it. Glancing at Cove, you nodded in agreement with Liz. Yeah, I like that too. It had been a long time since you last built a sandcastle together. You were already looking forward to burying your feet into the sand. Then we're all agreed. Come on, gang. Let's play at the beach. The sun was far across the sky when the four of you trod down from the park to show in comfortable silence. It was hard not to think about how familiar it all felt. You never thought the four of you would ever be here together again. It wasn't long before you were sitting on the wet ground, busily pushing as much sand as possible into the lump. You all worked together quietly, but every so often a chuckle would drift through because of the sandcastle's lopsided development. At one point, Cole stretched his legs out completely and incoming waves started reaching his toes. He initially was caught off guard and almost jumped to the sandcastle, but ultimately didn't resist the water. After that, the group worked in purpose to finish before the ocean could tear it all down. Though even still, Liz ended up taking time to be particular about the castle's rudimentary design. Shiloh, of course, backed up all her plans. Cole was a dissenting voice who wanted to keep things more laid back. Things got pretty boisterous. Being there and doing this with Cole, Lizzie, and Shiloh felt weirdly different, yet also weirdly the same. I said I was going to use the interval, not the mouse. I keep doing that.
So,
Okay, will we still find out what happened at the amusement park? Okay, so what happened at the amusement park? You were pretending not to know, weren't you? Both you and your sister glanced at Shiloh, silently re-asking the question. Under the weight of all three of you taking a turn to ask it, Shiloh finally gave in. I might have an idea what you meant.
So,
The thing is, there's someone we're both familiar with and she asked Jeremy to amusement park one time. Okay. I was wondering if this is that situation. So, I think this is one of the date options you can get in XOXO Droplets. Since I did rewatch Jeremy's Route recently, I do remember this situation. He accepted it, but just complained about it. So I suggested that maybe me and her should go together. Yeah, I do remember that. Jeremy also agreed that it'd be more fun to go around the park with me. That's what he meant when he said he was on my side. She still went with him, and now Jeremy's embarrassed to admit not that he was turned down, but that he was the preferred option. It's hard to believe. Anyway, Jeremy could think that I'm mad I got passed over, but it doesn't matter if she said yes or no. All that counts is if she knows I'm totally there when she needs it, and she does too. Uh-huh, sure, Shiloh. You're so reliable. I know, right? Okay, thanks for telling us. Yeah, I remember that date option since I just rewatched it.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Smiling to you, you watched the three of them absorbed into the moment. It was nice, and you hoped everyone else was still having just as much fun. It was sort of incredible that you were able to have another evening like this in your life. And the feeling of odd serendipity wasn't only with Shiloh. You also had gotten a sort of closure with the old villain from that one summer long ago. Just like old times, the four of you stayed on the beach until night fell and the moon was high in the sky. Then the time had come to say goodbye. Shiloh needed to get back to his mom and back to where his life truly was now. Before leaving the beach, Shiloh pulled you aside and gave you his number in case you wanted to keep in touch. Liz already had it, though he wanted to give it to you personally. You weren't expecting that, but it was comforting to know that this didn't have to be a permanent goodbye. The four of you walked up to the neighborhood street as one, tired smiles covering the familiar faces around you. The wind gently blew by, sand dragged behind you, and a hard-to-grasp feeling of contentment carried you through to the end of this road. It was a good night. After that, Shiloh disappeared from Sunset Bird once again, though this time it wasn't heartbreaking or hard to understand. This time it was just another part of life. And it helped that Liz had her own phone and laptop, so she could easily check on him from time to time. That was nice too. Serendipity. Wow, that was like an hour and 47 minutes. Well, the stream has been an hour and 47 minutes, so it was about an hour and 40 minutes. And moment. Yeah, so as someone who like Exorcist of Drop this, that was so nice to have that in the game. I guess the people who haven't played the game might be like, this is a lot of references, you know. But I enjoyed that as someone who played the other game, and maybe that is also a way to try to encourage the people who play this game to play to play the other game. Okay, boat ride. You perched at the kitchen island, whiling away the minutes until your sister joined you downstairs. There was quite an adventure planned today. Lee was coming down near the Sunset Bird area as a part of what she called a little trip. Apparently, she thought how nice it would be to go on a private boat trip this summer to celebrate graduation and everything. Lee, we haven't seen her in a long time. What might have been an idle dream for most people turned into reality in Lee's hands. You've been invited along for the ride by your best cousin. It was kind of insane she could make that happen. You were eagerly anticipating the adventure. It would be great to see her. The idea of being on the ship worried you a little. You were pretty mellow about it all. It wasn't every day you got to ride on a proper boat, let alone a private one. You were excited to get out on the water and see the ocean from a fresh angle. You weren't the only one who'd be heading on this trip. Liz was coming, of course. Your moms had been invited, but hadn't been able to find the time to squeeze it in. And so the trip would only involve the kids of the family. A term that had stuck, despite all three of you being adults now. Yeah, it's true. We still call, well, my sister still is not of age yet, but she's almost there. She's not too far behind in age from the rest of us. But me and my other sibling, they call us all the kids, even though 2 out of 3 of us are adults. Mom would have joked about cramping your style, but there was apparently plenty of room on the ship. Lee had been more than happy for you and Liz to bring other friends along if you wanted. But the trip out to Sunset Bird, even further out to where Lee and the boat would be, just wasn't feasible for most people. Not many folks live close by. There was, naturally, one person around who would always be there for the ride. Cove. You were just about to meet up with him outside. You had been glad when you told her he'd been able to come along today. Just as you were thinking about your cousin and plans for today, your phone sprang to life. Glancing at the display, you saw that the incoming call was from Lee herself. You answered it without pause. Hey.
Hi.
She dove straight into the topic, the trip meetup. You could hear the trill of excitement in her voice. I'm here now and everything's all set. All you gotta do is show up and we'll be off. Woo! She spoke quickly, animated anticipation. Hooray! You echoed enthusiasm. Great! Can't wait to see you. Liz and Cove are definitely on board too, right? Yep. Wonderful. And Whitley spoke again, her teasing tone told ya what was next. Coming next, Prime. Cove is coming purely as your very good friend and neighbor, I take it. Still haven't asked him out yet? Yes, Lee. We are just friends. I'm not answering that question. Your side was answer enough. You can argue with that, so you stay quiet. Yes, Lee. That's what I thought. It only took you, what, 10 years to decide that you're interested in him in that way? You don't want to rush the process of actually doing something about those feelings. She giggled out a comment, and you shook your head, despite her not being to see it. But moving on to a less sensitive topic, there's a little bit of time before you do to set off. Is there anyone you want to extend a last-minute invite to? No need to keep the guest list sparse now. It's not like we'll be bumping into anyone else joining when we're out in the middle of the ocean. There's this new guy in the neighborhood I like. There's this new guy around I think you might like him. No one really comes to mind that I want to be there. Oh, we do have Baxter, too. I'd be curious to see Baxter come for the trip. I know Cole don't like Baxter. So I'll say Baxter for when we do Baxter. So we won't invite Baxter this time around. Okay, just being safe.
Talk to you later.
I'll let you go. If I have to. Wait, I have to if I want to see you here in the flesh. She uttered the last words dramatically, making them seem more like a threat than a statement. Laughing, you shook your head. Lee chuckled down the phone. Bye, Lee. Bye! Now that your attention was free, you looked over to the stairs to see if Liz had emerged yet, but there was still no sign of her. You figured that you might as well go out and see if Cove was ready in the meantime. Liz will catch you up. Liz will catch up, you were sure. You called up the stairs to let her know the plan. You sent her a text with an updated plan. You left her to it, she figured it out. Call. Liz, I'll be outside. Okay. With that, you hopped off the chair and headed out of the door. A sunny day greeted you. Shading your eyes with one hand, you admired the sky. It looked like good weather for heading out on the water. That was something. You heard your name being called and turned automatically. Cove was the source of the call. He was standing halfway between his own house and yours. He waited as he walked over. You waited for him to join you. You took a step in his direction. You ran over to him. You ran over and threw your arms around him. Right over to him. Waiting for him to reach you was unbearable, so you tore across the street to join him. Cove chuckled, tilting his head slightly as you walked to his side. Hi. Hi, Cove. Ready to go? Cove nodded easily, blinking languidly at the sunlight. Then his mouth curved to a gentle smirk. First, jet skis, now a boat? What aquatic transportation device is up next for us? My money's on a submarine. That'd be nice. You laughed. It had been an adventurous summer for sure. Cove grinned, pleased that he had amused you. He glanced away, chewing his lip with consternation. Is it really okay for me to come? Of course, you don't even have to ask, right? Cove rubbed the back of his neck, frowning as if to work it out for himself. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. This is a really ritzy trip, and Lee's your cousin. Lee's your cousin, not mine. I mean, the two of us, me and Lee, are friends maybe, but it's not like we've ever hung out on our own. I'm kind of worried I'm gonna be out of place. I mean, I feel the same way, Cove. There's no way you'd be left out, Cove. She wants you there, I promise. Cove, you're so difficult. Don't you want to go on a boat? You looked at him concerned. She wants you there. Okay, you're right. Cove managed a small smile. The worry hadn't lifted from his rigid shoulders. We could tell he was attempting to project a little more confidence. I'm gonna go. Don't worry. Good. He was satisfied with that. Only a minute or two more had passed. Excuse me. Before the door to your house finally opened. Liz framed within it like a portrait. Unlike you, she had no need to show her eyes with a hand in order to protect them from the sun rays, as a hat was performing the job admirably, as always. Spotting you, she headed straight over. She smiled warmly at you and Cove as she approached. With that, your little group piled into the car. It had been decided in advance that you'd be heading over to Cove's car. And you set off for the journey to the coast to where you'd be meeting Lee. You wound down the California shoreline with sparkling ocean waters on one side and craggy cliffs on the other. The world blurred by until eventually you made it safely to the large harbor. It was a far grander scale than the one near Mr. Holden's shop. Boats 2, 3, and even 5 times larger could fit. Liz took charge from there, calling up your cousin to guide you to the rest of the way. Lee did her best to explain where precisely the boat was docked. Even as she was doing it without seeing where you were, and that it was an area she was only slightly familiar with herself, she did a pretty good job. It took a bit of fumbling, a little retracing of steps as your cousin used to have different definitions of orange. That was rusty brown, Liz had protested. But before long, you heard her voice calling you, not from your phone in Liz's hand, but over the wind rolling off the ocean. Searching for the source of the sound, you found her on the prow of a ship, jumping into the air and waving frantically for your attention. You arrived. Lee dashed from the bow over to the gangway, where you boarded one by one. We get to see her, like, I keep doing that. We get to see, oh. How do we get rid of this? How do we get rid of this again? No, that's not right. Okay, there we go. We have to press the wheel. We get to see her full outfit. I really like the corset belt waist. That looks real nice. I've seen this. That's a very popular trend recently. I've seen a lot of outfits that have this waist corset belt type thing. Looks nice. And she has a lot of jewelry as usual. Hi everyone, I'm so glad you got here okay. You could tell, even if she said nothing, her bright grin as she saw all of you spoke loud and clear. Hi Lee. You smiled at her, you waved, gave your cousin a high five. You squeezed her on a side hug. You gave her a full-on hug. You wrapped both arms around her and pulled her tight against your chest. Squealing, Lee returned a hug as tightly as before. Returned the hug just as tightly. After greeting you, Liz turned to look over the faces of the others who would be joining you on the ocean voyage.
Thank you.
Lee, thanks again for taking us on this lovely trip. Cove hovered awkwardly behind you and your sister. Even with Lisa's broad sun hat, he was too tall and the group was too small to hide effectively. He made fleeting eye contact with Lee and then looked away. Thank you for letting me come. Your boat is cool. He chuckled nervously. Lee smiled, entertained by his bumbling phrasing. Hi, Cove. She giggled as she spoke, unable to hide her amusement. Cove lowered his head. You patted his arm reassuringly. You stood in front of him like a shield. You couldn't help but smirk at his reaction. You rubbed the bridge of your nose. You folded your arms. Pat his arm, I guess. We're all gonna have a good day today. You don't have to laugh at him. Cole's little game of hide and seek is pretty funny. You didn't say anything. Well, have a good day today. Cole smiled weakly at you, his face flushed. You could tell that he appreciated your show of support, but he was still embarrassed about needing help. The floor seemed to give beneath you. As Lee whooped with delight, you realized that the ship had pulled out of the water. It had been so steady while it was moored that you temporarily forgotten that you were on solid ground. Now, as the boat rocked beneath your feet, there was no doubt that you would truly set sail. The little group dissipated into chatter, or heading to the railings to watch the ocean. You were ruffled by the breeze, which seemed stronger on the water than it had been on the shore. Is that also? I keep doing that. Is this alcohol? I see. Is this alcohol? How old are y'all? Except Lizzie. Lizzie's like, I don't know what the age gap between Lizzie and I is supposed to be. I could look it up. Hold on. Elizabeth. Our life. Okay, she's 20. So even she is not old enough to buy alcohol in the United States yet. So is that alcohol? I don't know what. So I'm pretty sure it's well known around the world, I guess, that the United States has a very has a rather high age for alcohol purchasing, which is 21. I know other countries have like 18, maybe even 16. I don't know, but just because you can't purchase alcohol at 21 doesn't mean that you can't drink alcohol before the age of 21. Let me see. Can you drink? Some states have different laws, so I don't know what California's law is. Can you drink alcohol under 21 in California? Okay, so apparently California law allows those under the age of 21 to consume alcohol in a private location only if a parent, guardian, or a relative is present who is above age of 21, and that is none of us. So let's see. The floor continued to rise and fall, reminding you of standing in a bouncer house while others jumped. It was refreshing. You were curious how this trip would go. You felt unsure but tried to ignore it. It was scary. You were hit with nausea. You closed your eyes and took a deep breath. As you opened your eyes again, you resolved to take this one step at a time. Over the railing, Cole was watching you. He smiled encouragingly as if he read your mind. You felt rattled by his presence. We can really get the party started now. Oh, wonderful. What do you have in mind? Well, the word hung in the air as your cousin stalled. It was clear that she didn't have something immediately in mind. Cole's eyes sparkled as he piped up. Can we get out of the boat? Like go swimming around in the deep ocean? Sometimes you swear that boy was a part merman, the way he was continuously drawn to the water. But Liz immediately squashed the suggestion. No. Until left no room for debate. Sorry. It's not that kind of boat trip. It isn't supposed to stop anywhere. If someone did end up off in the water, the captain will call the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard on us. It was some comfort. At least you didn't have to worry about getting it closer to the ocean. Cole shoulder slumped at the resigned rejection. Oh, Cole. Alright. Suck it up, Cove. We'll find something better to do, Cove. No way am I getting in the water. You didn't comment. The decision was already made. We'll still find something to do, Cove. Truthfully, there isn't that much we can do on a boat that we couldn't technically do back on land. Liz nodded. There's nothing wrong with some non-nautical theme activities. We could play a party game for all I care. Yeah, we can do a party game. He saw her brow furrowed for just a moment as she mentally conjured possibilities, then smoothed out as soon as one came to mind. Oh, what about the one where something is written down and people give clues and one person has to guess what it is? Oh, this is a fun game. I love games like this. Sure. I said I'll play a party game and I stand by it. Who's going to guess first? Me. How about rock, paper, scissors to decide? We have an arm wrestling contest to decide. No, I don't care. You waited for someone to speak. I'll wait. Lee propped her chin on a hand, surveying the group. Cove, Pascal, Liz, then me. Sound good? His suggestion was met with nods and murmurs of approval. Great! We can get the game going right away. With a devilish grin, Lee picked up a pen and notepad from the ball counter. She toyed with the glitch-free pen with her fingers. Lee clarified the rules after Cove raised a wave of eyebrow. Random words would be written down and folded up to give to another player. When it was someone's turn to be a guesser, they would show everyone else the word but couldn't look at it themselves. The other players had to help the guesser figure out what the word was without saying it directly. Each person was allowed to say only one clue. After all the hints were given, then the guesser would have to decide. Lee gave each guest at the minute party a piece of paper from a notepad. It was surprisingly thick lined paper with a little starfish printed at the bottom. She scrounged around to find more writing implements. She managed to dig up a sharp pencil with an old jelly grip on it, a ballpoint pen with a logo you didn't recognize, and a purple crayon. Here, pick one. I want a pencil. Sure. She pulled the pencil from the fan assortment of options Lee had presented you. The pencil's grip cool squishy texture in your The pencil's grip, cool squishy texture in your grip was distracting but not unpleasant. After the random selection of words were determined and the papers were passed around, it was time to stop. I guess we know who's going now. Cole flipped open his paper and showed it to the crowd. He kept his hand at the back of the note so he couldn't see the word even if light shone through it. In blocky, wobbly text, you read the word potatoes. You pushed your lips together as you thought what you could say. Sack! Liz turned her head with an incredulous expression while Lee continued her thought. She jumped up, pointing right at the paper Cove had in hand. You can put them in a sack. Cole blinked at Lee, deeply confused. Lee smiled back, full of confidence that he will come to understand it eventually. I mean, that is a pretty good hint. A potato sack? That's a very common thing. It's that Mr. Toy with different faces and things. Cove tilted his head, utterly baffled at the different directions that everyone had taken. What's a Mr. Toy? Liz simply shook her head at his lack of understanding. Hold on. I don't know how long my face was like that. I didn't mean to be sad. But when I press numbers, my face changes. I guess I forgot. I need to change my hotkeys. I should change my hotkeys to a button I won't be pressing so often. So my face won't be stuck in an awkward expression. Liz simply shook her head at his lack of understanding. It was your turn to try. They brought in lumpy. There are sweet versions and regular versions. It's a very common starchy root vegetable. You can make French fries out of them. My mom loves them mashed and Ma thinks it's bland. You shook your head, not offering a hint. Why would I do that? I would either say you can make French fries out of them, or I would say the sweet and regular versions. Does Cove know what a sweet potato is? You might not know what a sweet potato is. You make French fries out of them though. That might be... that's too hard. I mean, that's too easy. But I guess we're supposed to help him guess, right? I don't know. Are we supposed to help him guess, or we like? Is it? Do we want him to win? I don't know. Maybe it'll be too easy. The sweet versions or regular versions? I don't know. I'll say we'll make French fries out of them. You mom snacking on a fry, and Lee nodded enthusiastically. Potatoes! Or a singular potato? Yeah. You're right, yeah. I love the way she says that. Yeah. Yeah. Cove repeated again with a bright, beaming grin. Potatoes. I don't know if y'all heard that, but my stomach just growled. I'm hungry for some potatoes. Cole was so cute sometimes. You couldn't help but feel happy too over his big true joy. He held out his hand to you for a celebratory high five. You smacked his hand back. You slapped his hand with a satisfying smack. He nodded, still looking ecstatic. Thanks for the hint. I don't think I would have gotten it without that. Yeah, I'm like, that might be too easy. You're welcome. Congrats. Now let's go again. You unfolded the paper given to you, careful not to peek while you showed it to everyone. Liz leaned in closer with a thoughtful hum. As soon as Lee had the chance to read the words, she jumped up. Dog. There's a popular type of dog, sometimes called that. It's where scientists do experiments and stuff. It's where scientists do experiments and stuff. Oh, I know what this is.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a secret location. Liz gave Cove an edge look. She probably thought it would confuse you. Okay. Yes. Okay, so before I say my guess, do you want to guess with me, Gabriella, and see if you know? I'll go back and read the answers. So, it's a dog. There's a popular type of dog, sometimes called that. It's where scientists do experiments and stuff.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a secret location. I don't know if you might know the dog breed names in English, but I got it on the second try. On Liz's response. Cove, to be honest, Cove's hint is kind of okay, Cove's hint is kind of bad, but anyway. Okay, so it is a lab. So lab is short for Labrador Retriever. And I was gonna put Labrador Retriever on it, but I don't think that's the point. I think the point is lab, since a secret location. You wouldn't have thought of it? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think that you... I thought like maybe you might not know dog breed names in English like that. I don't even know if they have the same names in different languages. I don't know how different dog breed names are in different languages. Yeah. So I think lab is the word that's supposed to be. Because the secret location is not called a Labrador, it's just called a lab. Short for laboratory. Okay.
Good.
That's it. You got it. Yeah, you nailed it. Dog breeds are the same though? Oh, okay. I didn't know. Everyone cheered. This gave you a round of applause. You looked at the paper and okay, so like for example, would they be translated if they could be translated? Like for example, in English we call some type of, I think it's like a small curly dog, a King Charles Cocker Spaniel. You know, like, would you translate the name King Charles into like Reino Carlos? Like to say King Charles? Like would you translate dog breed names like that? Like, let me see. Any other dog breed names that have a name like that? I mean, like poodle is kind of like, it's not really where you translate that. Poodle would probably just be poodle. Everyone cheered. Liz gave you a round of applause. You looked at the paper and neat tiny writing, you saw the word lab print on it. Whoa! Wow, that was dumb. You breathed a sigh of relief. You shrugged. You laughed. Yeah, I think there are different types of Cocker Spaniels. Now I'm curious. I have to look them up now. I think they're different types. I don't think they're all the same. Cocker Spaniel. Yeah, there are different types of Cocker Spaniels. Oh, never mind. King Charles is not a Cocker Spaniel. It is a Spaniel, but it's not a Cocker Spaniel. Okay. But yeah, there are different types of Cocker Spaniels. Okay, a King Charles Spaniel, also called the English Toy Spaniel. According to Wikipedia, in Spanish, it's called Toy Spaniel Inglés. Also Spaniel del Rey. I said Reino. Reino's kingdom in Spanish. Oops. Spaniel de Rey Carlos. So Spaniel of King Charles. Oops. I said Reino instead of a Rey. So it seems like they're translated. Okay, so you would translate things like that, like English something, or Japanese something, or German something. Okay. Okay, do you want to laugh? Ooh, you thought you got it. That round was a total victory. We should definitely keep this ball rolling. Suddenly the boat tipped forward before rocking back harshly. The ship must have gone over a bigger than usual wave. Liz held onto her hat desperately. Liv laughed at her immediate death grip. You never know what might happen on the high seas. You chuckled too. Watch out, Liz, you don't lose such a nice topper. You felt a bust of nausea come over you. You start feeling freaked out about this, another ocean like this. Probably chuckle. You and Lee chuckled together while Liz stuck up her nose. However, your sister was now smiling and her hold hat slackened. The game continued with Liz and Lee taking their turns. It was such a good time that you all decided to play a few more games. Liz turned out to be the best guesser, although that could have been because you knew her well enough to give her relevant hints. You had to stop herself from answering on the first clue she was given, but no one really minded. All in all, everyone was glad that Lee had suggested the game. I want to play another round myself. I want to guess. Oh! Lee shot you a grin. Why don't we have some drinks? There's a bar on the ship. Cove tilted his head in disbelief. Lee continued blithely. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff behind the counter. I bet I can make whatever they can think of. There's lots of different juices and stuff. I think I've even seen some strawberry puree and pineapple. The carrot juice sounds intriguing. Okay, so it's a juice bar, not an alcoholic bar. So it's a juice bar. Yeah? Liz laughed and tapped Lee on the shoulder. You just said bar, Lee. I think you gave the wrong idea. Oops, sorry for the disappointment, Cove. No alcohol is provided by the ship. It's probably required, considering the group they've got today. I'm not disappointed by that. I don't want to get drunk on a ship. Lee's breezed past that misunderstanding as though it hadn't even happened. I was thinking we could mix them up and get something special. Anyone interested? Cole thought about it, intrigued. Liz smirked, recognizing the potential for chaos. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. It'll be a dream, trust me. So, who wants to make some drinks? What? That was your idea. Why don't you do it? I've mixed drinks before. If anyone else wants to try, it'll be a great chance. I'm a gracious hostess. Cove and I can make drinks.
What?
Cove and I'm volunteering you, Cove. I'm voluntold. I don't know if you've ever heard this expression. But whenever people um volunteer someone else up to do something, like we tell someone else to do something, some people like to say volunteer. So I'm volunteering Cove. He doesn't get a chance. He doesn't have a choice in this. Huh? Wait, me too? Yeah, I want to help. Lee nodded in approval. Totally. With the both of you on the job, you'll definitely come up with something fun. With only mildly pinched brows, Cove accepted his enlistment. Alright. I'm so excited. Just let me show you the bar. She gave a brief tour of the selection in various compartments. Cove wrinkled his forehead again at the few of the available juices, but didn't ask any questions. After that, she went back to the tables where she shouted a final message over her shoulder. Good luck! Make it delicious, and be sure there's enough for everyone! She gave you a thumbs up and skipped back to the others. There's literally only one other person over there. Liz is the only one that's waiting. There was a fridge packed with cartoons and various glass bottles of juice. Lee had placed a pitcher on the counter for you to mix things into. Also, this is giving me flashbacks to when I worked at Starbucks over this past summer. Since I had to mix juices and stuff like that. You studied the options, trying to see what you had to work with. There were a lot of choices. Cove hovered behind you, overwhelmed by how many things you had to pick from. He cleared his throat. What now? Do you have any ideas? You reached into the fridge to take out some juice. You grab... let's see. We got apple juice, orange juice, pineapple juice, mango juice, grape juice, cranberry juice, strawberry juice, mixed raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry juice, carrot juice, papaya juice, pomegranate juice, coconut water. Definitely not coconut water. Any of these. That's the least one I would choose. Carrot juice. People don't like carrots, but carrot juice is nice. I don't like carrots by themselves, but when they're juiced, they taste fine. But I'm into pomegranates. Pomegranates are really tasty. Okay. Cove leaned around you and grabbed a bottle of mango juice. You set it on the bar counter hopefully. Can we add some of this too? I like it. I will just for you, Cove. I'm not really a mango person. It's not that I hate mango, but it's not my favorite fruit. But since it's you, Cove, we can add some. Go for it. You want a Cove to help after all. He happily poured some of his juice into the large pitcher with yours. There was still room in the pitcher for quite a bit more juice. I think that looks good already, but is there anything else you want to add? Okay, so we have pomegranate, we have mango. We should go for some type of tropical vibe. So pineapple. You poured into the third juice. Careful not to spill it, eh? Interesting. Are we done? I know I supposed to do tropical, but not coconut water. I have never eaten papaya, so I have no idea what that might taste like. Are oranges tropical? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't think oranges are tropical. I might have had a papaya. I don't know. We'll add some. I don't want to do too much. Let's just add some papaya. The fourth element was added to the ever-filling pitcher. You screw the lid back on and return the bottle to the fridge. Okay. And that's all. We'll do that. With your juice done, you set some glasses and poured out some for everyone. Hey, it's done. The group got up from the lounge chairs that had been sitting on and came to fetch their drinks. Everyone picked up the glass and took a sip. Okay, Liz, I'm scared. You don't like it? Liz squinted as she took a large swig of juice. She smiled. That's... Could you make one where she's actually like not not um not critical, I guess. I don't know. That's kind of odd, but weirdly in a good way. I agree. Some nice work. Thanks to you, I don't think we did that too bad. Okay, I want to try to make something else and see if we can get her to like it. Okay. So if he's gonna do mango, I'm gonna just do some pineapple. Pineapple. Yes, go for it.
So?
We'll try that and see if she likes it. Okay, she says the same thing no matter what we do. Okay, so I'll go back to do what I originally did. I thought we could try to make them say something different. What else I added? Pineapple, I said papaya. Oops. Okay, yeah, that's it. The little juice experience was a good time as far as you were concerned. Contently, all you still close together, still holding some. Wait, contently, contently, you all still close together. Some still holding their juice cups. Lee's eyes scanned the group as she giggled. This is so much nicer than having to rely on regular phone calls to catch up, right? Before anyone could respond, Lee's eyes widened. The corner of your mouth pulled into an amused grin. I think this is the first time we've seen her not smile like that. Not that I don't enjoy our chats from afar, just more fun to actually be here together.
That's fine.
We understand. And yes, this is a fantastic little party. Happy graduation, Lee, Pascal, and Cove. That was followed by more cheers and celebrations from your high school careers coming to an end. Lee even lifted a glass to toast to it. When it was settled down, your sister had one more comment to add. And no one even had to fight over who gets to use a home phone. Lee threw her head back in thunderous laughter, the smile widened on your face. I remember that. All the times Elizabeth here was trying to push me into being less Gabby. She needed me to just stop. She needed to be just stops so she could call her other friends instead. Ah, hey, many teens have a too cool for family phase.
You're welcome.
Yeah, luckily it's all a-okay. I forgive Liz for being a teenager. I got a hearty laugh out of Liz. You caught a quiet snicker out of Cove too. At least Pascal kept me up to date on what's happening in the Sunset Bird those difficult days. I never knew what wild thing you were gonna fill me in on next. I couldn't wait to fill you on what was happening. Hey, I had to tell somebody what was happening day to day with these people. Liz really missed out on those meaningful conversations. Glancing over at your sister, you saw her squish her face up in a jokingly exaggerated way. Sounds like it. I'm gonna need you to retell some of those stories. I might be able to do that. It definitely is always fun to stay in the neighborhood loop. Then Lee drank the rest of her juice down to the very last drop. She made her way to the table over by Cove and set her cup down. Actually, Cove watched Lee as his mouth pulled into a lopsided smile. Making those juice concoctions reminds me a lot of the smoothie business down by the mall. One that lets you pick up all the fruit that goes into it. And it's a really good place. Oh, speaking of that, some of the people had very strange orders when I was working at that amusement park in the summer at the Starbucks location. Some of the stuff that they had, like obviously you had the staples, like I can't remember what they called. I don't go to Starbucks regularly. I don't really go to Starbucks at all, to be honest. So I don't remember the names of these drinks, even though I worked there for several months. Can't remember what they called. But besides the regular like fruit refreshers that they had, people add all kinds of weird stuff to their fruit drinks, like chocolate, malt powder into the fruit, coffee into the fruit. It's like, okay, interesting choices. Mixing all types of fruit pieces into one thing, I guess. I don't know, that's not as weird, but some people have very weird orders that I had to make. Yes, it was the best and exactly what I was channeling when I came up with this idea. I'm glad you caught that finally. Sorry, it can take me a while to get things sometimes. You all know that. Too true. That's an understatement. You're sharp when you want to be. It's okay, Cove. You're good exactly the way you are. You didn't comment. Yeah, who does that? Who would mix chocolate and coffee with a fruit drink? Yeah, I understand. Like, I wouldn't like that either. It's kind of, I don't know. Fruit should be fruit. Coffee should be coffee, and chocolate should be chocolate. Cole studied you for a moment, but like he wasn't sure if you should take it as a compliment or not. But he eventually settled on a smile. The moment broke with the sound of Liz's quiet laugh. That was all it took to get Lee laughing, and soon after you all was soaking up the mirth of the moment too. Hours were spent chatting away, sharing stories and favorite memories as the boat drifted out to sea. As time slipped by, the sun hanging below the sky signaled that it was time to set sail back to the harbor. Hold on a second. The more boisterous atmosphere from earlier had settled into a blanket of comfortable relaxation. Liz and Lee were absorbed into conversation, lounging around on the deck couch. You could hear laughter coming from them every now and then. There were always smiles. Taking a deep breath of sea air, you sighed contentedly. Cove stood by your side in the center of the deck.
Are you okay?
Okay.
Are you okay?
Are you still doing alright? Being out here and everything? You seemed kind of worried at first. Yeah, I'm good. I want to be here. Good. Cole's expression brightened with relief. He let out a small breath.
Me too.
When you were ready, you looked back to the deck and the faces of everyone you spent the afternoon with. You never wanted to forget that view. Then, looking out at the wide open ocean, you committed every bit of the moment to memory. You quietly thought to yourself, today has certainly been an adventure. And then we will be on to the last moment. Happiness. The last moment of step 3, not step 4, step 3. Let's see. Today, the day and the week were nearing the end, and you're welcome it in your own way by lying sprawled out on your bed. It was quiet in your house, getting to that time of night where you really should be sleeping, where you didn't feel tired at all. You rolled onto your side. Outside, the last lit-up window across the street blinked out, leaving the buildings on the block faceless silhouettes against the blue-black sky dotted by stars. Your phone came to life on the nightstand, a pale light cast on the ceiling of your room. Without looking, you threw your arm behind yourself, groping around on the tabletop till your phone was under your palm. At that point, you lifted it to your face, stoned once when you saw the familiar names attached to the short message reading just, "Hey." Hope wasn't much for sleeping now either. As you made to reply though, more and more texts came through in quick succession. Hey, you like doing things? You like doing things with me? I mean, what I'm saying is that there are things you and I do and we like, okay? Where's this going? Together. At the same time. Is this, you're trying to ask me on a date? Like, what's going on right now? That was eyebrow raising. You propped yourself up on one elbow, sitting upright against the headboard so you can text more comfortably. Yeah? Okay. Wow, you got it all figured out. Dang, you suck at texting. Man, am I excited to see where this is going. Man, am I excited to see where this is going. You're right about that. Wait for him to continue. Yeah? Okay. Well, not much to go off on. You sent something short to show him you were listening. You're free for a while, right? When's your next shift? Not for a few days. Cool. I thought so. Just making sure. Alright. You could almost hear Cole's intake of breath as he prepared for the next part. Despite the conversation being text alone, the window of your messaging app might as well have been a screenshot. You were left to keep track of the passing seconds with the rising and falling cries of crickets outside. When the screen set darkened from inactivity, you wondered if you should do something yourself. Yes, you thought you'd give him a nudge. No, you thought he'd get around to it when he was ready. Yeah. You dropped your phone against your chest and closed your eyes. You wouldn't be able to see him, but it would be hard to miss the telltale sign of an incoming message. Even if it took a while, you were willing to wait. And soon enough, a reply came. What if we did something new, or sort of unexpected? And what is that? Would you be okay with that? Something we haven't ever done together? Like what? I'm so curious now. You lowered your phone, leaning back against the headboard as you thought it over. The streets outside your window looked different at night, but you knew that if you were to wander out, there would be no chance of you losing your way. There wasn't a single inch of your neighborhood that you didn't know by heart. And everywhere you looked, from the grassy hill behind your house to the shops by the beach, you could recall the time that you had been there with Cole, mostly just chatting as you walked together. You didn't mind doing everyday things like that, but that's for something new or unexpected. I love that. What do you have in mind exactly? What's gone into Cole holding to want to do something brand new? He had no response to that. What do you have in mind? Some things. One by one, Cole began presenting his ideas, starting off with attending a play. We watch TV together and movies, but we watch TV together and movies, but real people performing in front of us? We've never done that. I'm not sure what plays are on right now, but that adds to the unexpected factor. There was a slight pause before Cole moved on to the next plan, visiting an aquarium. That makes sense, right? We go to the beach and stuff, but we're pretty close to the water. But going to the aquarium will be water in a whole new way. The third and last idea was the one that was the most out of the blue. Ice skating! Ice skating. It was a total wild card, as Cole was putting it, and the polar opposite of what you two normally did. However, it was fitting right in with the other options as soon as you hadn't... However, it was fitting right in with other options as something you had never done together. Let's say, if hypothetically someone wanted to surprise you with an unexpected outing, would that be okay? You couldn't help but smile fondly at that, wondering to yourself who that someone could be. You said it would be perfect if that somehow happened. You joked that it wouldn't be much of a surprise. You said doing anything with him was good. That'd be lovely. If only a hypothetical someone existed. Great. Not that it means anything, but which one would be your favorite? It'd be... I feel like going ice skating would be cute. I would love to see it play. But ice skating, trying to go on the ice, I feel like the moments that you can have on the ice together would be so cute. There could be a lot of moments you could do with that. So, I'm gonna go ice skating. Ice skating seems fun. I've only been like a couple times. I think I've only been one time actually. Have I been ice? No. I've only been roller skating before. I've never been ice skating before. I've only been roller skating. So this is actually a new experience. The idea was so out there that you could not pick it, and it was a chance to see Cove out of his element too. Alright, cool. Don't think too hard about this talk. Doesn't mean anything. You're making me laugh with this. I'm sure it means something. Sure. I promise not to try figuring it out. Figuring it out. You're freaking adorable. You're making me laugh. I'm waking up everyone in the house. I don't know why. I'm not saying anything funny. Good night, Pascal. It's really late now. Yeah, it is. Night, Cove. And with that final send-off, you put your phone to sleep and lowered it with a sigh. You had no idea who Cove was going to invite you to the ice rink, but your mind was buzzing with all the possibilities the coming days might bring. Your phone went back to its place on the nightstand, and you resumed snuggling into your mattress, one hand thrown to the side and the other shoved under your pillow. Somewhere between this day and the next, you finally find yourself asleep. The next morning, after washing up for breakfast, you just climbed to the stairs to your room, ready to tackle the day, when you heard the ringing of a doorbell. You turned towards the sound, angling your head in confusion. Was someone expecting a visitor today? Then again, you were not even sure if anyone else was around, judging by the lack of footsteps you were hearing. You raced back downstairs to answer the door. As you pulled it open and saw who it was, you were only further confused. Cove? He was standing there with an unsure look on his face at first, like he didn't know who would answer the door. But the moment he saw it was you, a shy grin spread across his face. He raised one hand and gave you a little wave. Surprise. Oh, hey. This is a surprise. Don't you normally use the window? What might you be here for this fine day? What might you be here for this fine day? You still a grin him with a smile. Surprise. Okay. Hey. What might you be here for? Don't you normally use the window? You found it funny how you had grown so used to hearing him tap the glass pane that shut up your front door was what it took to get a reaction. Cove turned his head to the side with a considering lift of his eyebrows. I guess I do, but not today. I got you something. He slid his hand out from behind his back, holding it up in front of your face as he offered the present to you. Your eyes widened once you saw what it was. A new writing journal. You aren't expecting a gift at all, let alone something as thoughtful as it is. Taking one look at your face, no doubt a complicated mix of happiness and shock. Cove let out a laugh. Surprise, again. It really is. Suddenly Cove raised his head, his eyes finding yours and startling you into stillness. Would you want to go on? Would you want to go ice skating with me? His voice was soft and timid. You involuntarily held your breath as you listened. He was blushing, but he fixed you with a hopeful smile, still melting your eyes. I thought it might be a fun trip to surprise you with. Yes! I'd love to. You laughed at the ridiculous of this surprise, but managed to say yes. You nodded eagerly. With his big question asked and accepted, Cove raised the gift towards you again, gesturing with his other hand for you to receive it officially. You carefully took it from him. I'll put this somewhere safe, and then we can go. Aww. Cove had no problem with that. Still grinning, he stepped back, his body angling away as he moved a hand in the air. I'll get my car ready then. Meet me there. Okay. As soon as the door clicks shut, you dash upstairs to your room, prepping a spot first for Cole's gift. Then, satisfied with your efforts, you grabbed your bag, tossing in whatever else you thought you needed for the outing before heading back outside. Cole's old car was parked right in front of the house. You went straight to it, hopping into the shotgun seat. As you buckled yourself in, Cove leaned forward to watch you with an eager expression, his fingers tapping the dashboard to a lively sort of rhythm. He was ready to start, but trying to turn it down so you wouldn't feel rushed. I'm glad we're doing this together. Me too. Once your seatbelt was secured, Cove checked his mirrors to make sure the street was clear before pulling away from the curb, and like that, the two of you began your trip. Now that you were sitting down for the drive, it felt like a good moment to regain your bearings. He shrugged your pack onto your lap and began thumbing through your things to make sure that in your hurry to leave, you hadn't forgotten anything important. You were dressed more warmly to be hopefully prepared for the trip. You were dressed normally, but packed some extra layers just in case. You were dressed normally, didn't bring any extra layers. I mean, let me see. I guess it will be cold if it's ice rink. But in the meantime, you were left to sweat under the sweltering heat of the sun. You zipped it closed again, and Cole began to speak, raising his voice to be heard over the ambient noise of the car ride.
So,
Ice skating. This is gonna be crazy. Having fun with water that's frozen? Unheard of. He chuckled at his own joke, and you shook your head at him, though you couldn't help but grin at his silly comment. Who knows? Maybe in colder places it's the opposite that's weird. As you looked at him, you caught a glimpse of the back seat. It was empty, which wouldn't be strange another day. You didn't bring a jacket? Nope. You know I hate extra layers, and there aren't any parents around to force me to do it now. Yeah, your parents can't tell you what to do. You're a big boy. You scolded for not preparing for what you were doing. Probably gonna get regretted that once we get there. I like that you don't wear lots of layers too. You simply shook your head. It was unsurprising, and you were content to silently accept that as the reality of Cove Holden. You laid your arm against the window, the scenery outside passing by in a blur, till finally you arrived at the ice skating rink. The two of you grabbed your things and got out of the car. A wave of heat so thick it felt like you were swimming, and it hit you as soon as you set foot into the sun, hot asphalt of the parking lot. Cole fell in step next to you, dragging the back of his arm across his face. You and Cole exchanged looks. Well, here we are, his tilted smile seemed to say. The skating rink was a large building of glass and concrete, with its name plastered in simple white letters above the entrance. The nondescript, flat rooftop-style architecture reminded you a bit of the local mall. Ooh, this is nice. How do I get rid of this again? Oh yeah, wheel. Nice, nice, nice. You went in. As the door slid shut behind you, you heard Cove's sharp intake of breath. You glanced over at him, seeing the stunned look on his face, his lips drawn tight in a frown. It's really cold in here. Yeah, you think? You were equally amazed at how cold it was. Are you gonna be okay? Wow, you dog. Of course it would be cold. I guess you had to change your name from Cove to Cold. You made no comment. You gonna be okay? Cole bobbed his head up and down, wrapping his arms around himself. It's fine. I'm fine. We're still gonna have fun. Just don't worry about it. He gave you a smile that was probably meant to reassure you, but it wasn't very convincing when he was speaking through chattering teeth. How about you? How are you feeling? I'm feeling just fine. There was no denying that the building was chilly, but it was a refreshing change compared to the sweltering heat of the parking lot. He laughed briefly. That's good. The neighbor shuddered dramatically, almost retracting his head into his shirt in his renewed effort to keep warm. You held on to him to keep him warm. You shrugged. Tough luck for him. No, disrespectful. You took a step towards him and wrapped him up in what you hoped would become a warm embrace. For a second, his body became even more rigid, but he relaxed and gave you a self-conscious smile.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pascal. I'm happy to. His chuckle shook through his abdomen. He felt it on the side of your body right before he put his arm around your waist and pulled you closer. An unspoken sign that he had no problem with it. Like this, the two of you ambled over to the rental counter together. A slightly awkward process that led you unsure if you were going to make it forward or sideways. The clerk ended up giving you two funny looks over the top of her glasses as you went through the process of paying for admission and finding skates in your shoe size. But throughout it all, Kobe didn't shiver once. Eventually you had your skates. It was a particularly well-worn set. Still sturdy, but where it had once been blue was now faded, and where it had once been white was now closer to tan. With some time and a low bench. You both were set up in the rented shoes and now stood at the opening of the rink. It was an oblong shape, surrounded by a paneled wall with rails. You were a little amused to see that there were others dressed in t-shirts and shorts. You turned to Cole to point it out. His answering laugh. The answering laugh that came sounded a bit distracted.
Well,
Here we go. Tentatively, he took a step out onto the ice. I'm scared to go ice skating. This is something I want to do. I'm really curious about it. But have you ever seen the little strips underneath the shoes of ice skates? It's like, how does anyone move on that? And the ice is slippery and hard. And if you don't have your balance on those little thin strips of thin strips of little, I don't know what they call it, but the blades, I guess, you fall and hurt your head and get a knot around your forehead. Yeah, so, but I'll do it one day. I'm not gonna let that stop me. The series of movements that followed were reminiscent of a jack in a box swinging back and forth when it sprang. You thought you might laugh, but it died in your throat when for one hot lurching second, Cole's upper body tipped forward to a 90-degree angle. See, that's the stuff I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about. Just slipping on the ice and hitting my head and being knocked unconscious, or breaking my nose, like something like that. His hand shot out, slapping against the ledge running along the plexiglass panels on the side of the rink. A relieved sigh left both him and you. He was mumbling to himself about as he craned his head back. He must have caught the alarm on your face because he gave you a smile, shaking Lass's footing. I'll make it work. You've never been ice skating before now either. Let me see. Let me ask. I'm gonna ask right quick. Okay, so apparently I just asked my mama and she told me that I've been ice skating one time when I was a small child, when I was in elementary school. It had to be between kindergarten to first, second grade because I lived in North Carolina at that time, and that's when she said it happened. So I've been once, but I don't remember. That was such a long time ago, so I have no memory of it. It was such a fun. It was fun to see Cole's first time trying it, but you done it before without him. You came forward to join him and flew onto the ice easily. You did just fine. You were a little shaky but managed to catch yourself. You better move a foot before needing to grab to the side. That's me. Even on roller skates though too. Even on roller skates, I'm always like on the sidelines. And once I get comfortable roller skating on the sideline, I'll start to drift to the middle, and then get fast. With your hands sprayed out against the railing, you searched Cole's face and found nothing but understanding smile there. We'll both work on it? Yeah. It's kind of amazing we're seriously ice skating right now, but this is what we decided to do. I should stop being surprised over everything. Let's skate! Right, let's do it! Two of you developed a cautious rhythm, drawing long, slow circles around the edge of the rink side by side. Neither of you were experts. In fact, it was hard to tell who was worse. There were no complaints from either party when the pace was kept slow, or even stopped entirely whenever one of you needed to grab onto the edge again. Despite how ungrateful of a pair you were, it was fun. Quite puffs of air released from you and Cove as you laughed and cheered each other on from the smallest achievement. Oh, there was still plenty of moments spent clinging onto each other for added warmth against the unrelenting chill of the space. Eventually you noticed Cove exhaled deeply. He was getting tired. You scooted up to him, ready to take another breath as he rested his arm on the bar in front of him.
Hey.
Hey, would it be alright to ask you why you chose this place? What made it your favorite out of everything? Doesn't matter why, I'm just curious. I thought it'd be the most fun to do with you. I really want to see you out of your comfort zone. I like ice skating. I picked randomly. I don't know honestly. Yeah, it seemed like it'd be the most fun. His eyebrows dipped. He was touched you cared to make it a good time together. Though you weren't sure why he didn't expect it. That's nice of you. It was nice of you to ask me out somewhere. Yeah, I guess it was. Cove's face had been distinctly red from the chill and all this physical effort he had exerted prior. Yeah, I saw it to fade during this conversation, but the color came flooding back now. You think about me a lot, huh? And I repeat, you do the same for me. You exchange mutual goofy grins. Two softies trying to make the other happy. Oh, cute. But to be honest, dude, I do think about him. Throughout the week, I think about him. When I'm gonna see Cove again? It's this Friday, right? Okay, I'll wait. I won't open up this game and start playing a new save file, so I won't mess up this one. I have to wait. With a second win coming over Cove, he was ready to get back on to the ice fray. He joined without hesitation. The hours slid right past you, and just like that, it was suddenly time to call it a day. After returning the borrowed skates, Cove and you ventured back out into California air. Even though the sun was almost behind the horizon, it was still palpably warmer than the inside of the rink. Cove rushed over to his car, his shivering hand clutched to yours. You let him pull you forward with his mad dash of the vehicle. The doors were opened and closed, seats were taken, the engine switched on, heat turned to max, and that Cove finally relaxed. Your foray into the freezing cold had ended, and nicely at that. A ways into the drive, Cove glanced towards your direction. You stretched your arms as you shifted into the seat, waiting patiently for him to say what was on his mind. So I know this was unexpected, but thanks for coming along. Yeah, it really was. It was fun, but the worst attempt at a surprise ever. Thank you for going to the trouble to plan this. And the trip with you was a good one. He smiled. Yeah, sure, it was a surprise. Cove chuckled and shot you another quick glance. Your smile widened, recognizing the question on his mind. A good unexpected. Yeah? Cool. The drive continued in comfortable silence. Cove wore a content expression on his face that warmed your heart. Doing things like this with Cove, he made you happy. Your heart skipped a beat, thinking how mutual the feeling seemed to be. Watching the passing scenery out the window, you relaxed into your seat. Time sped by. It wasn't too long before Cove pulled into his driveway. Sighing happily, you got out of the car while Cove came around to where you were standing. He stood for a moment, rolling a pebble under his shoe. I'll see you tomorrow? Definitely.
Thanks.
After that, you and Cole parted ways for the rest of the day. Even when you fell back into your normal routine, your mind refused to stop buzzing with memory of your little adventure. As you crawled into bed and closed your eyes, you were back into the best parts of the today. You hope Cove's surprise will continue just a bit longer and continue into your dreams. After breakfast the next morning, you were sitting with your moms and Liz. While you were mildly listening to the conversation, the side of your face squished into the palm of your hand. Wait, while you were listening to Miley's conversation, the side of your face squished into the palm of your hand. The doorbell rang. Oh, I'll get it. Mom passed by you in the front door. Your eyes lazily followed her, and then you turned your attention to Ma and Liz. They were still lightheartedly chatting. You weren't sure about what. Your focus snapped back when your name was called from across the room. Hey, Pascal, you have a guest. Be right there. On your way to the front door, Mom gave you a shoulder a pat as she returned to the living room. When she moved by, you saw who was at the door. It was Cove again. A smile stretched across his face the moment your eyes met.
Hi.
Ma. Okay, Ma, I remember who Ma is, right? Hi, Cove, sweetie. Instantly, you looked over your shoulder to see Ma several feet away, but with an eye shot out the door. She waved. When you faced Cove again, he was looking at the ground shyly. Reminded you the last time you had seen him the night before. That was all the push you need to step outside, closing the door behind you for some privacy. Hi, what's going on? What do you have up your sleeve today? You come to the door all the time, it's starting to get weird. What's going on? I wanted to see you. Oh? Then Cole chuckled awkwardly. He didn't meet your eyes. He pulled out another gift from behind his back. Surprise! Want to go to the aquarium with me? Are we gonna do all the day ideas? We're gonna do the ice skating rink, aquarium, and the play? What? You blinked and then switched to staring at him in bewilderment. Cole's eyes narrowed conspiratorially. The real surprise was that I'm gonna invite you to all three places. Aww. You never had to only choose one. I decided to make sure that they didn't sound completely terrible. Wow, this is crazy. We're gonna go through all these dates. The longer Cole spoke, the quieter his voice became. He shyly stretched at the side of his cheek. Wow. And to check if you'd be free. So, surprise again. Are you serious? You burst into laughter. You're so sweet. You don't have to do that. You remained wordlessly, staring. Oh my god, you're so sweet. Thanks. His face grew red with a blush. Charlotte Cole looked away from you. Oh, do you like what I got you? Oh yeah, he gave us another gift. He's gonna give us a gift each time he asks us out to go. That's so cute. Cole nudged the present in his hands towards you, hoping that you take it. Until now, you hadn't completely registered it. It was a carefully chosen ukulele case. I do like it, thank you. I love it, you're so thoughtful. Well, you definitely are full of surprises all of a sudden. You're doing so much, I feel a little bad. I do like it. But I also feel bad, like he's doing all this. He's doing all this stuff. Oh my gosh. You're doing so much, I feel bad. You don't have to. I'm not missing out on anything by doing nice stuff for you. I think you should have good things. You didn't tell me to do it. Okay. Trusting Kobe pushed your worries aside. You took the gift and smiled softly. Are you gonna accept the other part too? Yeah, let's go to the aquarium. It'll be fun. Elated, Cove bounced a bit on the toes of his feet. You could feel the happiness radiating off of him in waves. Thanks for coming. I'll be in the car. You can go get ready. All right. You spit back inside and spotted your family all sitting around the table. They all turned and smiled at you. So, what's the plan for today? I'm going to the aquarium with Cove. That sounds fun. Ma smiled beam. Your gaze slid over to Liz, and she also looked happy for you.
Have fun.
I hope you have a good time. Great time. It didn't take you long to get ready and dash out of the front door. Cole was waiting for you as promised, and you both set out for the day. For day 2 of the surprise outings, and this time it was actually a surprise. You settled him fully for the trip out to the aquarium in the city. It will be a bit of a drive, but you didn't mind. You made an attempt to start the conversation. It's kind of funny we've never done this before now. Why haven't we? Probably because I never thought about going to the aquarium with anyone before this. Wait, seriously? You've never gone to the aquarium ever? Oh my gosh, my stomach is growling so much. Oh my gosh. Yep, that's right. Never. And not just this specific one either. I haven't been to an aquarium, period. Wow. Maybe ask. I don't know if I've been to the aquarium before. I have to ask. So, apparently I have been to the aquarium also when I was at that same age as the ice skating rink. So I'll just say I've been to this aquarium. Yeah, I'm more experienced with aquariums than Cove Holden. That simply sounded wrong. Oh my gosh. You simply have more experience with aquariums than the Cove Holden. That simply sounded wrong. Can I ask why not? I figured you had back to go. Cove tapped the tips of his fingers, steering the steering wheel, his face scrunched in contemplation. When I was growing up, my dad did try to take me. I'd never been before because I was so little. I said no. Whenever he tried to talk about it, I told my dad I'd rather go to the actual beach on my own. Or he could at least take me to the fish part of the pet store, but not the aquarium. Eventually, he didn't ask about it anymore. He must have figured I had something against it. When he stopped mentioning the aquarium, I stopped thinking about it. It just never came back to my mind. His expression shifted to one of bemused confusion. The thing is, I don't know what I had against it, if I did have a problem. Maybe I didn't like the idea of seeing water I was allowed to go in, or meet fish I could never bring home. It sounds like the kind of thing little me would have gotten upset over. Or maybe I just wasn't okay with doing any kind of new trip. It'd be someplace new and only with my dad. Mom wouldn't be there anymore. I guess that might have made it seem not worth doing right off the bat. That's 8-year-old me for you. Cole shook his head with a pained smile. His tone dropped to a distant whisper. It was only when I started thinking about stuff I could do with you that I finally remembered I could go to an aquarium. Oh. He pulled his mouth into a bent smile and straightened his shoulders. He didn't want to bring down the mood. It all worked out in the end because I got to really surprise you with the news, huh? Yeah, you totally got me there. You're adorable. I hope it'll be worth it now. I'm flattered you're letting me be there for your first time at the aquarium. Thank you for thinking of me. He quietly nodded, though he couldn't see it while driving. It's no problem. The conversation continued with idle chatter about what you'd do when you got there. Then, the large angular building decorated with ocean-themed cutouts came into view. You arrived at your destination. You hopped out of the car and headed over to the imposingly large guest entranceway. Cole's head shriveled around to let his curious eyes take in every view, and you weren't even inside yet. You could see the realization of what he had been missing out on dawn on him in real time. Cole bounced on the balls of his feet as the two of you stood in line to get tickets. His excitement continued to build. Ooh, pretty. I have no memory of the aquarium I've been to, so this is real nice. When you finally were face to face with the tanks, you could hear Cole quietly gasp from your side. He briskly took some large strides to get further into the room to get closer to the glass barrier. There he stood still. Oh, look at his wide eyes. After taking a moment for himself, he whipped around to look at you. Cove was outright vibrating with excitement. Oh, so cute. His mouth opened with an enlarged smile. All that came out was tiny, squeaking giggles. It bubbled over in full-on giddy laughter before he was able to speak in earnest. Each word was full of joy. Oh, it's amazing. I love it here. I love it too. Of course you do. You had to laugh at his obvious conclusion. I'm really glad. This is going to be a tiring day, but it's good. You shook your head in amusement. Of course you do. There's no way someone like you would hate a place like this. He chipped back without hesitation. Yeah, the aquarium's great. You'd be wasting no time before rushing around the place. You went every which way across the aquarium. Cole was enthralled by each new sight. His eyes alight like a kid in Candace. His eyes alight like a kid in a candy store. And a perpetual smile made its home on his face. No metaphorical stone was left unturned. He viewed all the tanks from the tallest of the heights on his tippy toes, as well as crouching as low to the floor as he could manage. Your exuberance was just as bright as his, buoyed further by how happy you were that he had found such happiness. You beamed. After making an entire trip through the whole building, you and Cole finally slowed the pace down. You arrived back at the original viewing room. It was a good spot for a break. Cove stood quietly near the tank, in almost the same spot as he had when he first took in the view. Somehow that moment already felt like a long time ago. You weren't sure how he was feeling, if he was feeling the same way. Cove simply watched the Watcher world and sighed with open fondness. He wouldn't get tired of that view ever. He was certain of that. You walked up to stand by him, taking in the same otherworldly experience of having the sea right in front of you. Suddenly Cove swallowed hard. Your head tilted. He wasn't looking at you. His eyes were glued to the vast ocean view in front of him. But his bright red face reflected clearly in the floor to the ceiling glass pane, separating the glass. But his bright red face reflected clearly in the floor to the ceiling glass pane, separating the aquarium goals from the water. You couldn't understand. Nothing had happened. Then realization came. This was Cove. He was flustered because he was thinking about doing something. Cove always got that way when he was mentally building himself up. You nodded to yourself and neglected to keep your lips zipped. You wanted to give him a chance to do whatever he had cooking. So there's a lot of fish in here, huh? Yep. His mouth clamped shut after those vague, stuttered words. You could feel tension growing. After a breathless pause, he spoke again. You know, if you were a fish, you'd be an angelfish because you're an angel. Oh, Cove. Oh, Cove. Cove pressed his forehead against the glass with his eyes wide and gazed down as he fervently refused to even peek at what reaction you might be given. Cove. Oh. That was so corny, but it was so cute. I love puns. He was blushing wildly, feeling unparalleled embarrassment over the line he just dropped. You smiled adoringly while watching him. You burst into laughter. You covered your face with your hands bashfully. You stood still, stunned. Oh my gosh. You thought it might be good that it was something of a rare occasion for Cole to be that direct. It was a lot for you. You have plenty of fish. You have plenty of fish name knowledge up your sleeve to use for this too. You're an angelfish too. Yeah, no words. I think we have a book on fish, right? Well, if you were a fish, you'd be a diamond tetra because you're a treasure. Clownfish. Sunrise guppy because you're my adorable ray of sunshine. Teardrop butterfly fish because you cry a lot. Oh my gosh. I can't say any of this. This is so disrespectful. Well, I can't say that definitely. Clownfish will be funny, but I don't want to be mean. A diamond tetra.
Oh,
He continued to speak after his initial exclamation, but it was too mumbled. You weren't sure what it was. Cole had completely lost control of the conversation that he started. He didn't know what to do about that. Ultimately, he settled for turning his burning face away from you even more, as well as covering a cheek with a hand for good measure. Leaving him speechless had you feeling rather pleased. After that, Cole wanted to go around the aquarium again. He hoped to let it all sink in at a more leisurely pace while you were here. Plus, he desperately wanted more time to settle down after his latest big attempt at flirting. Two of you began your second loop down the paths. It took no time at all to become absorbed in the incredible sea life once more. There wasn't nearly enough time in a single day to satisfy Cole's desire to exist inside the aquarium, but the day did have to end eventually. Despite obviously wanting to linger longer, Cole left the building with a skip and a step, having a good trip. The two of you shut the doors of Cole's car behind you as you took your usual seats, and clicking of seatbelts punctuated the end of the adventure. I would absolutely do that again. No kidding? Cole chuckled as he pulled the car to the parking spot, spirits still high as ever. The car ride home went by far too fast. You and Cole were in good spirits and spent the ride chatting and laughing, bouncing around various topics. But you didn't ask the question that sat all day in the back of your mind. Why was Cove doing all this in the first place? I'm curious. Again, you all parted ways for the night in the neighborhood street. You watched Cole's head inside with a quick wave. You were halfway to your own house when a familiar voice called out to you. Turning on your heels, you spotted Mr. Holden. He lightly jogged over to talk.
hey!
How are you? I'm good. Great. I was just getting home from work. What are you up to? Or rather, what were you up to today? Me and Cole went to the aquarium. You did, huh? Sounds fun. It was fun. It was also a surprise, which is weird, since usually me and Cole not hanging out would be would be what sounds surprising. Crossing your arms, you gave a quick laugh. Mr. Holden frowned. He rubbed the back of his neck and studied you for several silent moments. Right, so, Pascal, what's going on there? Something's going on, isn't it? Huh? Wait, what makes you ask? There's not a problem, right? I'll answer your question if you answer mine, deal. You rolled a pebble under your shoe. Mr. Holden was probably the only person who could give you any solid insight into what Cole was doing. Alright, deal. What's the story? The truth is, Cove has been doing a lot for me lately. Way more than usual. For 2 days in a row now, he's planned special outings and gifts too. I don't know why. I have absolutely no idea why he could be doing such a thing. Cole's father nodded contemplatively. He accepted the situation easily. That actually makes a lot of sense, considering. Hey, is this something secret you shouldn't be sharing? Considering what? You waited for him to continue. Considering what? I want to know what's going on. There was a pause. Not sure what to say next or how to phrase that at least. Honestly, I've been the littlest bit worried about Cove lately. He's gotten really up in his head about something. But it's not exactly a bad thing. It's tough to know how to even bring it up. I'm not sure if I should try to have a talk about it. The longer he spoke, the wider your eyes grew with concern. There was more happening than a few meaningless hangouts. It's okay. He raised his hands in a calm emotion when he noticed your reaction. Let me explain. I noticed Cove's been getting lost in thought more often recently, and he seems to have his laptop out of the living room. He leaves it laying out on the couch or puts it on the coffee table. I have a clear view of it from there, and I can obviously see him looking up for stuff on it. Cove keeps searching one phrase and different wordings of it too, but he'll spend ages clicking through the linked results. Oh, Cove! The line is, how do you make someone happy? Just that again and again. Cove! Cove, that's so cute. You had to consciously close your mouth after that. You didn't know what to even say after hearing that revelation. Mr. Holden gently beamed. Isn't he such a good kid? He continued, but his tone was rueful. Unfortunately, I can relate all too well to that conundrum. Unfortunately, I can relate all too well to that conundrum. Who am I to judge, right? Mr. Holden shrugged in an unexaggerated way to lighten the mood back up. Before I was thinking Cole might have gone into a fight with somebody. Now it sounds I was way off the mark. Cove clearly has other plans on the brain. I'm even more confused on whether this is something I should get into or not. You know, actually, I was wondering if you could have a little chat with him about what's going on. Sounds like you're at the core of Cove's sudden study sessions, so he might feel more at ease talking about it, or more embarrassed, but he'd still probably do it. I would really appreciate it. Your gaze strode over to the Holden residence. Mr. Holden made a very good point, you had to admit. I'll do it. So I'm guessing Cove went back in the house at this point. Because like I feel like he went over to the both of us, but it's just us talking about him. So I'm guessing Cove went back inside. I'll do it. Thanks. You're also a really good kid. You shook your head with a smile and started walking towards where Cove went. Okay, so Cove went somewhere else. After a few steps, you realized that Mr. Holden wasn't following. You glanced back at him. I want to hang out here for a bit. Make sure you have some space to talk without a parent in the way. The door's probably unlocked, so go right in. Okay. But you hesitated for a moment. Mr. Holden's smile faded. Thanks for talking with me. This has been on my mind too, and I think it'll be good to ask Cove if everything's okay.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Agreed. It'll all shake out right in the end, I'm sure. Mr. Holden grew much happier than he was a moment ago. Feeling ready, you turned right around and went into the house. Hey, Cole was sitting on the couch with his aforementioned laptop open. He peeked up at you with a puzzled look, then melted into a smile. I thought you were my dad. Did you forget something? No, you shook your head. I'm hoping you're not disappointed that it's just me instead of your dad. Your father and I, we were actually just talking a minute ago. What are you doing on your laptop? What you doing? You asked the question simply enough while pointing at the computer. Cole's eyes dipped down to the screen. Nothing really. Why are you here? Cautiously, you asked Cove about his searching. Lightheartedly, you asked Cove about his searching. Blatantly, you asked Cove about his searching. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like this. Okay, I just lighthearted. Cautious seems a little too stiff. Can we talk? Nothing awful, just a thing. Okay. Cove closed his laptop and laid it on the couch cushion next to him. He got up, shuffled past the coffee table, and stopped right in front of you. Is everything alright? Yeah, just... What's going on, Cove? I was talking to your dad and he's been noticing some stuff. Apparently you've been obsessively looking up how to make someone happy. Is there a reason for that? Oh, we just come out and say it like that. Okay. He noticed that? Are you mad? No, I guess I was really distracted. I didn't think people around would actually be paying attention or taking note of things. He chuckled awkwardly at himself. Cove, will you tell me why you felt like doing that so much? Pascal. Cove looked at you with large, earnest eyes. I did it because I want you to be happy. I want you to be happy too. You don't have to do something big, expensive surprise for that. You could just be yourself. You already make me happy. That's seriously it? You're killing me, Cole Holden. Son, your eyes started tearing up. You didn't know how to react. You already make me happy. The words flew out of you without a second thought. Cole's face instantly started to turn red and his mouth twitched. Thank you. Another last week out of him. Now he was completely frazzled on what to say. His gaze fell to the floor and he defaulted to rubbing his arms.
Sorry.
I wasn't trying to make you or Dad concerned. I didn't want to upset anyone. Sorry. No, don't worry, no one's upset. Cove took a deep breath. You could see his expression lighten, but he still was lost in thought. What made you start doing this what made you start doing all this now? Of all times.
I don't know.
With a deep frown, Cove looked back at you and repeated the phrase. Each time the inflection was different, like he intended to say something different, but coming up with the same non-reply. I don't know. I don't know anything. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to understand his own motivations. I guess maybe with everything that's been happening and everything that's coming soon, it just kind of hit me that we're neighbors. A quick snort of air came out of your nose from his confusion. Yeah? I mean, you lived across the street from me for 10 years. The only other kid who grew up in this whole neighborhood was your older sister. His weak smile bent. And then there's our parents. They sure were putting in an effort for the two of us to get to know each other. Cove shook his head with a laugh. His gaze was far away as he nostalgically reflected on the history you had. Basically, everything in our lives was set up for us to be together. It was always effortless. And why not? It practically went without saying that we'd be around each other, but it won't be like that forever. Our parents can't always arrange there to be things. Our parents can't always be there to arrange things. We can't live in the world of this street forever. Do I even know how to make it work when I don't have every advantage possible? I've made you happy in the past, but could I keep doing it? What even is it that I do that makes you happy? Oh. He started to run a hand through his hair, but he stopped partway through. He looked at you earnestly. Oops. It was like breathing. When you're going through life, you do what you're doing without thinking. And then something reminds you that you're breathing, and they become more conscious of it. Being with you is the same. I do what I normally do without pondering on it deeply, but now all this stuff made me start thinking about it. And I couldn't stop thinking about it. I feel like I need to try harder to make an effort for you, for the relationship we had. I had to, and well, that's what I did. Cove scratched the back of his neck. He looked sheepish now. I know. It seemed like such a good idea in my head. It made complete sense. Or maybe it was dumb. Oh my gosh, the way he got so caught up in his thoughts like that. Oh, Cove. You punched his arm affectionately. You threw your arms around him in a hug. You started crying. You laughed. Well, a hug seems to be in order. Crashing into Cove, you wrapped your arms tightly around him and buried your face into his neck. Nearly knocked the air out of his lungs moving so fast, but Cove soon recovered and held you back. Stepping back, you took a deep breath. Cove shifted now how he was standing and watched you bashfully. Cove, you will always make me happy. You don't have to worry about any of that. You're so precious. You're a big moron. You know it's okay to tell me when you feel like this, right? You don't have to worry about any of that, or Cove, you always make me happy. An adoring smile grew on your face as you could see the words sink in. You hope you understood the depth of your emotions. Oh, he's crying too. Oh. You make me happy every day. I care about you. I should be thanking you for everything you've done. Thank you. There was a pause when neither of you was certain who was going to speak next. Cove sniffled.
Wow.
Thank you, Pascal, for looking out for me. Even when I didn't notice I was doing something worth checking in on. You're amazing. You're welcome. Someone has to do it. It's no problem. You nodded. You meant it. Cole was always there for you when you needed him. You breathed a happy sigh of relief that you were able to work this through. Cove chuckled. That everything was out in the open, his words were lighter. I gotta thank my dad too. I can always count on him to be around. I have such good people in my life. He smiled softly. Cove withdrew a bit, looking shy. Can I still show up tomorrow and invite you to the last surprise outing? That'll be just fine. I'm looking forward to it. You knew that you were smiling like an idiot, but honestly, you didn't mind it too much. Spending time with Cove was the easiest thing to you, and the feeling was mutual. Cove watched you with earnest eyes. He simply wanted to spend time having fun with you. I can't wait. Alright, you should probably go home, huh? It's getting late and you probably need your rest. Cove looked at you, attempting to feign an innocent expression. I mean, what if something just happens to happen tomorrow? You laughed as Cove grinned, acknowledging his poor attempt at subterfuge. Good night, Pascal. Night, Cove. You rest up too. You headed to the front door, waving as Cove saw you out. When you walked out to the street, you noticed that Mr. Holden was still standing out there. He looked up at the sound of the door closing behind you, his phone in hand, and smiled as he sized up the situation. Oh, hey, Luke. Welcome. I'm happy to see you here. It's okay. And he is so cute. Cove is so cute. He's so cute. Oh my gosh. He's so wonderful. I was looking at the Reddit of our life. And I was just looking at the Reddit to see what people would say on the Reddit. And there's some people who thought Cove was their least favorite of the love interests. I'm like, how could y'all not like Cove? Cove is so great.
Oh?
You were in there for a while. I hope that's good news. I don't know. I feel like some people don't like how, I mean, there's different types of coves, so I don't know how all the coves act, but I'm guessing all the coves have some, you know, a common core to them. Well, I guess some people liked, some people don't like the, I guess his, I know some people don't like him. I guess some people don't like his sensitivity, I guess. Or like his, I don't know. I guess his sensitivity, I guess that's the best word for it. I guess some people don't like it. But I think it's sweet. I mean, who wouldn't want a sensitive person like him? But I guess people, to each their own, you know, some people have different tastes. But everything's fantastic. I got it all taken care of. I'm sorry for keeping you out here for so long. Were you really gonna stand out here in the dark until I left? Thanks for letting me know about this. It's all better now. Cove is simply too perfect for some people. Exactly. Everything's fantastic. Yeah, everything's fantastic. Great, glad to hear it. Everything truly resolved. You exchange goodnight wishes to Mr. Holden before continuing with a very brief trip home. Not wishing to disturb anyone, you quietly snuck inside and gently pushed the door closed behind you. As it clicked into place with minimum fuss, you let out a sigh. Your mind buzzed as you climbed the steps up to your room. Cove had done so much just to make you happy, and you knew he'd be back tomorrow with another big surprise. You were determined to fully appreciate his effort. You wanted to prepare a gift to surprise him with too. Yes, this is the only right option. Cove had already bought you 2 gifts already, and the odds the third one was coming. It was time to turn the tables and have some ready to give him too. At this hour, that was easier said than done. Most stores were long closed, and Cole would be here bright and early to surprise you tomorrow morning. Dad ruled out purchasing the gift the way he had done for you. Luckily, you known Cole long enough to see a solution to this problem. Your neighbor was always a happy boy when he was given food. You were sure you could rustle something in that description out in the kitchen, one way or another. Feeling invigorated, you spun around and sped back downstairs. It was time to put your plan into action. You were a great chef. You could make something you love. You were a decent chef, decent cook. I love great chef and decent cook. There's a difference. You were a decent cook. You could make something you love. You could manage cooking, mostly. You can figure out how to make something you love. You struggled at cooking. You have to find some ways to make something you love. Disaster, kitchen. You want to show how you can manage to put something you love. You want to find something you love that didn't need preparation. I'm decent. I've cooked several dinners for my family, and they said they like my cooking, so I think I'm pretty good. You start up your options. I mean, my father's a true chef. He actually went to culinary school and was a cook in the army, so, you know, I'm not as good as him, but I feel like I'm pretty good. You sized up your options. With an early start, you were able to pull together something simple in the morning. As you want to go for something more elaborate and time-consuming, you need to do this right now. There was also the option of rallying the troops. Your mom knew how to cook wonderfully, and you could easily persuade them to give you a hand with this. You decided to do it alone. It had to be done alone. It was for the best. Oh, cinnamon rolls. It's my favorite. Oh, oh my god! Look at this. We get a little flashback to Kid Cove, to Baby Cove from the first step. He's so cute. Even as a grumpy little boy who had just moved in, cinnamon, sugar, and frosting had brought a smile to his face. He was gonna light up with a childlike glee when you saw what he had planned. Cinnamon rolls are one of my favorite desserts as well, so it couldn't go wrong. There was no time like the present. You found a suitable recipe and started pulling ingredients out, ready to be measured. Once you had everything you needed lined up and ready for attention, you began working through the steps. Okay, speaking of which, oh my gosh, this reminds me of a very sweet story. Okay. So, speaking of cinnamon rolls, when I was working at the amusement park this past summer, at the Starbucks, right? There's this one, they are, how old are they? I think they're in college, right? I think so. But they're pretty young. They were like one of the youngest supervisors. They were around my age, a little older than me. And one thing they'd like to do for all the people that will be leaving is that they will bake something that they really enjoyed, right? They knew how to bake, so they will ask one of us, like any of us who will be leaving soon, they will ask us, hey, what do you want to have baked for your, as a parting gift, right? So I said, hey, cinnamon rolls, since, you know, that was one of my favorite desserts, cinnamon rolls. So I wanted to do something that really touched me, the way that they go out of their way to make people happy and, you know, send them off with a big good, you know, that obviously they pour their heart into to make as we, you know, leave the job. That really touched me, how they do it for all these people. So I wanted to do something for them instead that would show that I really admire and appreciate their selflessness, right? So my plan was to buy them Clip Studio Paint and also give them my drawing tablet, which my drawing tablet wasn't really used that much at the time. So I was like, okay, it's pretty new. I can give it to them, right? But I felt like it would be easier. I was gonna have to get a box. I want to have it wrapped up and stuff like that. So I was like, you know what? I'll just buy a new one and just keep the one I have because the new one's already in the box. So I'll just wrap that one up. And then one of my friends at the job, she heard about my plan and she wanted to help with this. She liked my idea, so she wanted to get the Clip Studio Paint and I got the drawing tablet. So the drawing tablet wasn't that expensive, but it was a good one. This is the one I still have. It's the same one I was going to have. The reason why I got it because they talked about how they wanted, we all liked anime, right? So they talked about how they wanted to create their own manga, basically, or something like that. And they talked about it, and I'm like, oh, I remember that. Like, what's something? I was thinking, what can I give them to show my gratitude? Like, oh yeah, how about I give them the tools necessary to go make their dreams come true, like drawing and making a manga, right? So I did that, and I kept a surprise. They did not know until the last moment. So at my closing shift, that day that I had a closing shift, I put my stuff in my locker so they wouldn't see it. So they had no idea. They also did not know that my last day was that day. They thought it was a week from that day. So they did not make me cinnamon rolls, but that was fine. I just appreciate the effort, but they're really upset about that because they really want to make me cinnamon rolls. So then at the end of the day, it was that person, it was the girl that also helped pitching for a gift, and some other girls that worked that late shift. After we finished off that midnight cleaning everything, because it was a night shift, I was like, okay, so I wanted to thank you. I really appreciate your hard work, how much you show, like, how selfless you are of a person for trying to make people happy by making them gifts as they leave. So I wanted to show you that your kind efforts, your selflessness has not been unnoticed. So I went and showed them the drawing tablet wrapped up in Japanese style wallpaper. Not wallpaper, but packing wrap paper, gift wrap, gift wrap with a bow. And that was the first time I ever learned how to tie a bow, and it wasn't that good, but it was good enough. And they started crying when they saw it, and that made me so happy to see them so happy with it. And I told them that you'll also be getting Clip Studio Paint from this email. So from the girl, my coworker's email. So they're so happy, and they felt even more bad about them not. They felt even worse about not making me cinnamon rolls. So eventually, as I was planning to leave, later that day, or later the next day, they decided to message me on Instagram, because we exchanged Instagrams, and they said, hey, I still want to make you those cinnamon rolls. Can you be back at the place tomorrow morning? So I went back tomorrow morning to get some cinnamon rolls. And yeah, and that was it. So I still got my cinnamon rolls, and yeah, that's the story. So yeah, it was really nice. I really appreciated what they did, so I really wanted to do something in return. Okay. Okay, once you had everything neatly lined up and ready for attention, you began working through the steps. You made the dough quickly, knowing that it would need time to rise before it would be ready to roll out and you need to continue the recipe. You wrapped up the dough into a bowl with cling film, hoping that the yeast would do its job. You didn't have worried. An hour later, the dough had doubled in size just as promised. You continued with the recipe, rolling out the dough, layering it with cinnamon sugar filling that Cole had so loved, ready the rolls for the oven. Soon the kitchen was full of sweet smells as the heat joined the ingredients into one. As you waited for the timer, your mind continuously drifted back to your younger days. You recalled the chatter of tourists and seagulls on the busy shopping street that felt so vast when you were a child. Eventually, a beeping brought you back to the present. The rolls luckily came out fluffy and golden, naked without their white frosting coats. You whipped that up while they were baking, but you had to fight the urge to ice them right away, until they were cooled and a frosting put on them would melt right away. Once you were satisfied that they cooled down, you topped them with a sufficiently thick layer of frosting. Oh my gosh, no. Oh my gosh, no. At least they at least taste good though, even if they became the opposite of a cinnamon roll. Did they at least taste good? I guess cinnamon roll flavored cookies will still taste nice. You dusted off your hands, satisfied with a job well done. With your mission accomplished, you headed back up to your room. You took the steps lightly, feeling buoyed as you imagined how happy Cove would be with your unexpected gift. Cove was working so hard to make you happy. You dearly wanted your friend to be happy too. You could only hope your efforts would work as well for him as his plans were working for you. Oh my gosh, no. Oh my gosh. You were up early the next day, ready and waiting for Cole's inevitable appearance. Your ears were perked, listening for the doorbell. But instead, what you heard was a familiar rapping on the window pane. Oh, he decided to make his usual appearance. There was no need to look to know who that was. Only one visitor used your window as his personal entranceway. Getting up, you headed over to let him in. You gazed into your neighbor's face as you unfastened the window, opened it wide. He smiled at you, still crouched on the window ledge. Surprise! Hi! Surprise? Glad you're here. Tired of using the front door already? You wait for him to say something. I want to say, are we going to give him the cinnamon rolls immediately? No. Okay. Tired of using the front door? I'll say that. Cole's laugh was as airy as the cotton candy sold on the boardwalk. He was in high spirits. Surprise! I really keep you on your toes. What will I do next? He waggled his eyebrows at the joke as you stepped to let him into the room. Today he clambered through with extra difficulty thanks to the object that was clutching securely. You guessed it was another gift. You really didn't need to bring me anything else. So, what did you bring this time? Thank you. You waited for him to bring it up. So he'd know that you had seen it and probably reached your own conclusions, but he worked hard on his surprises. You wanted to play along. Cole smiled sheepishly as he held out the present to you. With a bit of flair, he opened a folded cloth that turned out to be a t-shirt, emblazoned with the logo of the college you applied to. You'll be needing this. Your application's gonna be accepted for sure. His eyes were trained on you, searching for your emotion on it. I hope you like it. You hugged him. You felt tears welling in your eyes. You shook your head affectionately. You simply smiled at him. A hug. You threw your arms around him and hugged him tightly. Cove nuzzled your head, still holding the present carefully. Thank you. I definitely like it. This means a lot to me. You're so cute. I can't believe you. You are lost for words. Thank you. He chuckled self-consciously as he gave a long look to the meaningful gift he selected. It was as if it was growing heavy in his hands. I really do support your goals. I just want you to know that. Yeah, I know. Then you accepted the thoughtful present into your own grasp. Only once had he transferred the ownership and cemented it with your approval did Cole straighten up and pull himself together. Okay, well, would it be alright for me to take you out today? We could, I don't know, go to the theater? He smirked, already anticipating that you say yes. Of course. I go anywhere with you, as long as it'll make you happy too. Alright, but you're lucky I got time for you in my busy schedule. Of course. His expression brightened further. That was exactly what you had hoped for.
Thanks.
Pascal, you were glad to see how happy your acceptance had made him. Before Cove could whisk you away on another big outing, you made your own move. Your surprise will be better now than when you got back late at night. Actually, before we go, I got something for you. Two. What? Really? It was amazing how surprised he was. Cove spent 3 days rating gifts and special trips on you, but he hadn't at all counted on you doing the same in return. What is it? Stay here for a second, I'll show you. Okay. He watched you expectantly as you turned around to head downstairs. You reached where the cinnamon rolls were waiting and you collected the prize. As you flipped back around to your room, gift in hand, there was a smile playing out across your face. Cove was patiently waiting where you left him, tapping his fingers against the sides of his pants. Surprise! He looked curiously. That's the only right answer. He looked curiously, barely believing that you'd gone to the effort to select a present for him at such short notice. You handed him the gift over for his inspection. You handed the gift over for his inspection. His eyes widened as he saw the treat. I whipped this up just for you. Oh! He blinked, the present totally taking him by surprise, but his eyes were alight with glee. You made me cinnamon rolls? I love them, though I don't get them a lot. They're not the kind of thing we normally have around. He glanced up at you shyly. I can't believe you still remembered. It's amazing. He chuckled, recalling those moments long ago you spent together. How could you not remember days with a guy like him? The sentimental air was quickly dispersed as he scooped up a cinnamon bun and gracefully squished half of it into his mouth. Do you like it? I could take a guess, but it'd be nice to know for sure. Cove kept chewing, gesturing apologetically to his occupied mouth. Finally, after what felt like an age, he swallowed. It's good. The best one I ever had. Cove wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, now a little calmer after the initial burst of excitement. His feeling instead settled into an easy, warm affection.
It's nice.
Thank you for this. It's so nice of you. You're welcome. Just do me a favor. Don't eat so fast that you choke. I'm glad you like it. He blushed from his praise. His features softened and you felt like you were being thoroughly appreciated. The food you gave was also getting his due attention. He had already gone in for a second serving. You couldn't blame him in his indulgence. That said, the amount you had given was enough for several servings, far more than even Cove could usually finish at once. He made sure of it. Can I get a bite too? Can I try it? But as he continued to devour it, you were starting to suspect that polishing it off was the goal. In spite of the generous portion, he was willing to try and eat it all in order to show how much he liked the present. It's okay to save some for later, I don't mind. You're gonna make yourself sick. Maybe this was a bad idea after all, you joke. You laughed at his attempt trying to prove himself. You could save some for later. You could tell he wanted to show how taken he was with the gift, but you had not presented it to him as a challenge to be overcome. Cole finished his current bite and let out a satisfied sigh. Alright, I'll stop for now. There's other stuff to do and we can have more later. You smiled at him, relieved that your gift could be enjoyed and not inhaled. You clapped your hands, signaling that your diversion had come to an end. Alright, now we can head off to surprise 2. Cove laughed. Yours was a better surprise for sure. It was a real one, but yeah. He grinned broadly as if the exchange had fired him up even further. I'm definitely gonna take you out now. Cove offered you his hand. You welcomed it. You took his hand in yours, palm to palm. Cove squeezed your hand before heading out to the door, guiding you along. Hand in hand, you wove down the stairs together out of the house and into the neighborhood. Cove's car was parked nearby. He unlocked it by allowing you to reach your regular spot in the passenger seat. Cove paused to put what remained of his presence safely away before hopping into the driver's seat. He set off, beginning your trip to the third and final activity of Cove's grand happiness plan. So when I looked it up, there were 2 shows we could pick from around this time. One was an historical romance with nobility, fancy outfits, drama, and stuff. The other seemed like a modern day story. Something set near a lake and at a bed and breakfast with a comedy. Kind of wacky, I guess. What do you think? I want to see the romance. Cool. I'm curious about what will go down. Not just for the romance, but also because I like period pieces. so that interests me. What do you think the costumes would look like? Already your thoughts are busy trying to guess the historical setting. Go ahead and giving you much to work with at all. I don't know. Lucky we're gonna find out soon. Yeah.
Alright.
I'm getting kind of excited. I wonder what it will be like. I haven't seen a live play before. I have. Now I have. I know for sure because I've seen several. And I liked it. Your eyes shone with delight, remembering the dazzling lights in the grand stage. The theater was a treat you certainly enjoyed. Ooh, nice. The rest of the drive flew by, and soon enough you were at the theater with Cole by your side. Tickets in hand, you both went inside. Shuffling down in the aisle, Cole found the right seats. You were getting settled when the lights began to dim. We made it just in time. Your voice came out in a whisper. Glancing at Cole, you saw him staring straight ahead with your eyes growing wider with intrigue. Then the actors started coming out onto the stage. The show set the scene focused on a group of wealthy families and a web of drama they entangled themselves in. And yet, despite the tension and chaos, two lovers emerged. Their swift engagement drew nothing but disapproval from their friends and family. Is this Romeo and Juliet? You expected that there would be several trials before the lovers could reach any kind of happy ending. You became absorbed into the story and performances, and you weren't the only one. During the touching scenes, you could hear the quiet sniffling coming from the seat where your longtime neighbor was. Oh. When the play finally came to a close, the audience broke into applause. Well, maybe not, since it didn't say that the lovers died at the end. But it sounded a little like Romeo and Juliet. Cove clapped for the actors until the noise died down. Then he spoke for the first time since the event began. It's over. Now you followed Cove out of the theater. The sun was hanging low in the sky. I had so much fun. I can't believe what a good time that was. But really, I might have to come back sometime to see another one. Cove scratched at his cheek contemplatively. I sort of thought it was going to be harder to keep up with the, what's the phrase? Suspension of disbelief? The actors were right there, putting on a show. I thought it'd be too much to believe it was actually happening. But I felt more into it than with a lot of movies. I could totally picture the world they lived in. Amused, you nodded along and listened to Cole's animated commentary. I'm still thinking about it even though it's over. Imagine if that was us. Attending high society parties, living in grand mansions. We have to deal with the rich and powerful and the politics or whatever that went along with it. Our families try to force us to follow certain paths, but we still find our own way to each other and to the things we want to do. He had stars in his eyes as I fantasized about the events of the story. I would love that. I'm good with the life I'm already living. Are you envisioning us being married like the couple in the story you jumped? That's what I thought. It's too bad we were born too late to ever really experience that. You nodded along with him. He just shrugged. The joke is uncharacteristic. Like, that's how the joke is uncharacteristic of me. But I kind of want to ask it anyway. You raised an eyebrow accusingly, but your tone left little room for doubt as you were teasing. Cole immediately averted his eyes. A deep blush spread from his cheeks to the tips of his ears. I mean, well, that's a part of the story, but we don't have to. It can be whatever you want. Is that what you want? Stunned, you couldn't get a single word out before Cole began to backtrack. I know. Sorry, I'm sorry. Don't worry about anything I said. A few quiet moments passed, and you noticed a distant look on Cole's face. He shook his head like he was trying to send a thought away. Oh, what is it? Trying to really picture a completely new life in a new place actually feels kind of weird now that I'm doing it. I'm not exactly sure how to explain. It's exciting, but also sad. I'm thinking too seriously about this dumb idea, I guess. But if I don't remember anything from this world, then it'd be pointless that I had a life Before, yeah. And if it did really happen, I would probably be surrounded by totally new people. I wouldn't have you with me anymore. Surprised you sucked in a breath. Cove laughed shyly. The fun part about imagining it all was that you were there by default. Just by getting to be somewhere else on my own would be nice no matter how cool the place was. It's settled then. I'll just have to look for you if I wind up having another chance at life, or magically end up in some other world. I hope you try to find me too. Oh. Nervous Cole's eyes didn't quite meet yours. His cheeks and ears was solidly red at this point. I'll find you, it's obvious. Of course I search for you. I'll never forget about you, Cove. I'll see how it goes. My new life might keep me busy. You're getting too bit out there for me. There's not something you should be worried about. You nodded. You know how to respond. I'll nod. Cole's mouth pulled into a smile the longer he watched her. Thanks. He took a deep breath and stretched his arms high over his head. He then turned his head to your direction and pointed with his thumb to his car. We better get back to our real world now, huh? It's getting late and I think we're the only ones still out here. You spun around, getting a good look at your surroundings. Cope was right. All the other cars were out here after the show had ended. All the other cars that were out here after the show ended were long gone. How did I miss that? It surprised you how much you really lost track of everything for a while. You even failed to notice how dark it was until now. Come on, let's go home. After that, you made your way into Cole's car. He set course for your neighborhood. Your legs felt stiff from standing still and talking for so long, but it was worth it. On the return leg of the journey, you felt Cove lapse into a deep world of thought. Typically, even when the conversation was exhausted, his eyes would flick to you occasionally, and you exchanged smiles and other such gestures. This time, his focus was split purely between the road and the recesses of his mind. But as there was no sign of trouble on his features, so you were happy to let him mull over whatever he needed to in peace. The trip drifted by in a comfortable silence. Before long, you were back in the neighborhood. You each left through your respective sides, and Cove stepped around to the vehicle to stand with you. Wordlessly, he gestured to your home. He was intended to take you there. Perhaps he felt the trip wasn't truly over until you were literally inside your house. You intently continued to go with Cole on his whims, and you went inside. Once under the light of your living room lamps, his eyes locked onto yours.
Thank you.
Pascal, I know all this was a lot, but I really did have so much fun. He grinned in an almost conspiratorial way. We really did it. This whole entire dumb plan of mine. I was happy it all became a reality. I hope you're happy too. I am. I've never been happier. All I want is for you to be happy. All I felt was, you joked. You nodded seriously. Yes, I am. The smile he wore was small, and even restrained compared to some of the grins he flashed earlier, but it was imbued with a calm, confident contentment. In this moment, he was as joyful as you ever seen him. His next words escaped in a whisper. No one makes me feel the way you do. But he moved the conversation along before he had a chance to react. Like, come on now. To react to that admission. It had to be intentional. Pascal, could I ask you to go along with me with one more surprise? His voice was gentle as he implored you for a little more. The question itself was a surprise. Another? You could hardly believe that there was even more hidden up his sleeve. Cove chuckled quietly, nodding his head ever so slightly. A new one. I think I don't want to go home already. Not yet. And going back to one of our usual spots sounds fantastic after all this new stuff we went through. I'm not ready to let you go yet either. But I've learned you got a weird definition of surprise over these past few days. Coming from you, a request like that didn't surprise at all. You smiled, brightly back at him.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm bad at surprises. But a surprise. The two of you laughed together with the silliness of the entire minute adventure Cove had concocted. Thanks for saying yes anyway. You walked down your usual path, side by side. You trod on the same path many times. By all rights, the novelty should have been long gone, but you found fulfillment in every step you took. He would show you what you always would, with Cove's upon you along the way. Whether he was near or far, it didn't matter in the end. He'd always be there for you. With this plan of Cove's drawing near to a close, you might have expected to feel a little wistful. Oh my gosh, my family's laughing so hard out my door. I wonder what's happening. It had been an exciting few days, but there was no need to yearn for what... Goodness gracious, I'm distracted. There's no need to yearn for what had gone. After all, you knew that the two of you would always find new ways to bring a smile to the other's face. It's what you had both did, and you were looking forward to the new surprises already. And the summer ended. Okay, it's been like 4 hours, but I want to end summer in the stream. Like, I just want to... I want to keep playing. I want to see what happens next. So, and then after this, we'll probably end it. Moths bounced against your window, attracted by the light of your room. A siren call in the slowly darkening sky. As the day was coming to an end, so too was summer. Liz will be moving back into the dorms before long. Luckily, Lee had been able to come stay for a short trip before her own new journey began. She'd officially been accepted to her first choice college a few weeks ago. Oh, congratulations to her. It was the last chance to see you all in person for... This was her last chance to see you all in person for... You flicked through the plans for the next few months, realizing that... Oh, okay, I'm thinking. You flicked through your plans for the next few months, realizing that you didn't even know when you next have the opportunity for everyone to be in the same place again. It was hard to think that you'd likely be seeing less of your cousin going forward, but you were delighted that you would be pursuing her dreams, that she would be pursuing her dreams. While you were still with each other, your family was going to have dinner together. As ever, the Holdens were tagging along too. You were going to the Chinese restaurant. I like the Chinese restaurant. I want some Chinese. It was somewhere your family had always enjoyed going ever since you and Liz were tiny. That long-standing connection made it a fitting location for a final meal out before Liz and Lee set off again. Technically, you were getting ready to go out, though your mind was only half on the task. It was a pleasantly warm evening, the kind that epitomized the vacation feeling, and you were in no mood to spoil it by rushing around. While idly gazing at your room, you spot a small cluster of unopened envelopes. It must have been left for you by a parent earlier. You headed over to the table to flick through any of interest. As a child, any correspondence felt exciting due to its rarity. You recognized that most of it was mundane, but you were checking any mail that you got more regularly of late. There was something you were expecting. You stopped at a crisp, white envelope. The logo proudly proclaimed the sender, a school you applied to. Took a deep breath and read it. You hesitated, worried by the possibility of bad news. You wish you could roll back the hands of time and make it so you weren't aware of this message, at least until after tonight. You didn't want bad news to spoil your evening, but you couldn't bear to have this looming over you this whole time either. There was no option but to look. You pulled apart the glue flap of the front of the envelope and extracted the letter. Your eyes darted over the message, rushing past the pleasantries to get to the heart of the matter. The blood pounding in your ears deafened you to the world outside that was contained within these letters. Your heart skidded to a halt as you read your verdict. You've been accepted! Relieved. The tension flooded out of your bodies with such intensity that you needed to slump against the wall for support. to be honest. I was more relieved than excited when I got accepted to my university. You had to tell your family right away. You make an announcement at dinner. You want to keep this news to yourself for now. You want Cody to be the first to know. I mean, if it was me, I would be rushing to tell. You tore down the stairs. Your feet barely touched the ground as you leapt from one step to the next. Your arrival, which compensated for excessive speed, migraine a riot of noise, caught Mom's attention. Someone's hungry. Her eyes were twinkling, amused as she let you catch your breath. So, what's the rush for? I got into college. Mom whooped, holding out a hand for a high five.
You're fantastic.
Nice, Pascal. The commotion has summoned the other women from various corners of the house. Liz looked up from her book, grinning as Lee hurried over. Ma swept in from the side, wrapping an arm around your shoulders and squeezing you close.
Good job.
That's wonderful, sweetie. Hey, let me in on the hug. She wrapped her arms around you both without waiting for the invitation. Liz, her book neatly abandoned on the floor, tapped her hands in applause as she walked up to you. Good job, Pascal. Lee didn't hide her excitement, openly jumping for joy as she treated you to thunderous applause.
Seriously?
It's amazing! You're gonna be amazing! That's nice. We shouldn't just stand there. Yeah, there's room for everyone. Your moms opened up the hug, both keeping an arm around you as they held out another to invite Liz and Lee in. Giggling, Lee dove into the hug. Liz rolled her eyes but allowed herself to be beckoned into the group hug. Mom squeezed everyone together tightly. Mom's long hair brushed against your face as she turned to check the clock.
Let's go.
We can take this party on the road. We gotta head out for dinner soon. Nodding as you were aware of the attempts to finish getting ready had been cast aside in favor of congratulating you. I have a couple more things to do first. I have to do a couple more things first. It won't take long. You hurried back upstairs. Though getting ready to go out was the issue at hand, you couldn't stop your thoughts from drifting back to the future. Your mind was buzzing over the news you received and everything that will soon unfurl. Everyone piled into the car. While it was marked as being suitable to hold 5 people, in practice it was made for a very tight fit. Your mom sitting in the front were fine. You, Liz, and Lee was squished in the back. Lee in the middle, wedged between you and your sister. My mom was an excellent timekeeper. Thanks to her efforts, you pulled up near the restaurant on time. The process of getting out of the car was slightly easier than squeezing into it, which much less coordination required to release the seatbelts than secure them. You gave Lee a hand as she clambered out from the middle seat, then headed into the building as a group. A waiter greeted you as you entered. Ma let him know how many of you would be there in total and went to arrange a table that met your needs. He returned promptly to guide you to your seats. You perched comfortably in your chair, your head held aloft as a buoyed by today's good fortune. Your family sat down around you, all cheerful and looking forward to the evening ahead. Your drinks order had been just taken when the Holdens came through the door. They pointed in your direction. The mom was waving an arm in the air, as was hardly necessary. Cole and Mr. Holden came to join you at the table. As greetings were being exchanged, Cole sat a seat opposite to you. It had been left empty by an unspoken acknowledgement that you and Cole would be wanting to sit together. Mr. Holden sat beside him.
Hi.
It's great to see you. Glad you can make it. Hello, everyone. You won't believe how hungry I am.
I see.
You came to the right place then. There was some laughter, though Liz groaned playfully, shaking her head at Mom's sense of humor. Growing up, she'd have complained, and Mom would have responded by making another comment. Liz had mellowed over the years, but still made a show of despairing at Mom's jokes. Her reactions to them became a joke in its own right. Menus would soon pass around, and a temporary hush fell over the table as everyone read. It didn't last long, punctured by comments about what people had eaten here before, and light chatter about what people were considering tonight. Once the waiter had disappeared with your orders, Cliff piped up.
Okay.
So, I've got some good news. Kira's making a trivia tomorrow. Oh, nice. Cove nodded, turning from his father to the rest of the table. Yeah, we talked about it and figured it was a good time for everyone.
Very nice.
That's great! Everyone reacted positively to the news. Mama looked wistful.
It's a shame.
If only we had known. Here we are, having a big meal without her. If we waited one day, she could have joined us. Ma patted Ma on the back, gently nudging her from the realm of possibilities and what-ifs, and back to the evening that was going so well. Shut up. Liz and Lee will still be here tomorrow. We'll just have to throw another get-together and have the fun train chugging along. Ma smiled warmly, taking Mom's hand in hers. That's true. There's plenty to celebrate right now, but there'll be more good news and good times on the horizon. Right. And speaking of, that's not all we have got either. Mr. Holden's eyes were alight as he sat up straight in his chair, his face angled toward the sun. He better let a beat go by before nudging over his elbow, pushing him to follow up on the announcement. He was the very picture of a proud papa. Cove shied from the limelight, ducking his head down and stared at his lap as he spoke. Well, it's just, I switched from working full-time. I switched over to working full-time instead of only part-time. Plus, I've been looking at apartments. There's a few I can choose from. He flicked his gaze over everyone around the table, a smile creeping on his face. I'll be pretty busy going forward. Apartments. He was moving. Cole was going to move out of his dad's house. After 10 years, he wasn't going to be your neighbor anymore. Mr. Holden gripped one of Cole's shoulders and gave it a loving shake. Excitement couldn't be contained. Incredible. Cole's actually going to make it to adulthood. It's a miracle. Cole leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling in mock wonder.
I'm so glad.
I wasn't convinced I'd be able to rear a kid all the way to this point, but thankfully I lucked out and got the best boy a dad could ever ask for. Dad? Cole blinkered his vision with his hands on the side of his face, temporarily blocking his father from sight. Despite his genuine bashfulness, which left him unable to meet anyone's eyes after all the attention thrust his way, he was happy. Thanks. I was lucky too. You're a good dad. Oh, come here. Mr. Holden threw an arm around Cole's neck, pulling him into as close of a hug as the scene allowed. He rubbed his cheek on the top of his son's head while Cove chuckled, accepting the affection with good humor. Ma leaned over and whispered into your ear, her fingertips brushed against your own cheeks. Would you like to tell Cove and Mr. Holden about what you told us earlier? Sure. As the spotlight thrust on Cove dimmed, he decided this was as good as a time as any to make your own announcement. Can I share some news too? Of course! I got my acceptance letter today. I'll be going to college soon. Ms. Holden gave you a thumbs up.
Good.
Impressive! You're a good kid. The world's your oyster. Cove grinned at you from across the table.
Seriously?
That's amazing. It's incredible. You did it. Congratulations, Pascal. Thanks. No, seriously, this is really, really big. And you deserve it so much. He looked around at the faces of the company here. He had been on this journey with everyone here for years, seeing them falter and grow, and they had watched you go through the same. Now you were striking out on a new path. Cole was leaving his family home. Liz was heading back to college, and while Lee was starting at hers. You were all heading in different directions, to different destinations, some near, some far, but it wouldn't be long until you were all going your own way. It was bittersweet. You turned your head to the side, wistful, not wanting to spoil the evening with your troubles. You were glad everyone would be succeeding, but the idea of splitting up gave you a twinge of regret. These people have been your key pillars of your life. Days ahead without them, no matter how bright and shiny, I was gonna say sunny, but how bright and shiny, felt a little empty, like a theme park after closing time. But you focused your mind on the sweet part. Your adventures were still ahead, and you could encourage the optimism. Cole brought some attention to himself with a clearing of his throat and a small interjection. I'm gonna stretch my legs while we're waiting for the food and everything.
Sure.
Thing, bud. With a tiny smile, he nodded at his dad, but the lightness to his expression faded when he moved to face you. Wanna come? He was attempting to be subtle, but there was very obviously something on his mind, something he wanted to talk to you about alone. You watched him with concern as you rose from your seat. Yeah, I'll go. Take care. With those parting words, the two of you walked about the place. He was trying to get as far away from everyone as possible without actually exiting the building. What did you need to say? He hadn't admitted that was what this was about, but he didn't need to. Cove started pulling on the hem of his shirt. He turned his head back to face you, but it was an awkward movement. Well, I want to talk to you one-on-one about all this. You know, my work, moving. I mean, it was coming before, but now it's pretty much here. Yeah, it's exciting. Cole stopped picking at his shirt and seemed to respond well to that response. He was relieved you weren't upset about it. I'm glad you think so too. But then he looked down and his brows furrowed. You saw his hand shift away from his clothes to instead rub at his arm. Are you looking forward to it? I am. Well, I'm trying to be. He ducked his head further and you saw his face start to redden. But it's scary. I don't want things to end. Come on, you don't need to worry. You're gonna do great things. So you're saying you're gonna dress up as the future for Halloween? You're gonna do great things. He said nothing, but let his eyes meet yours again. Cole turned his head away and wrapped his arm around himself. He felt a sudden chill that definitely wasn't caused by the air conditioner. It's happening, you know? What I talked about earlier this summer, the world isn't gonna keep us together anymore. It'll all be up to us now. But everything's still gonna be okay, right? We're still gonna be okay. You were as worried as he was. You got mad at him for this. You kept calm. Keep calm. You understood his concern. It was definitely hard to imagine what would happen. How you didn't let yourself get upset. I want it to be forever. I'll make sure we always are. I don't know, but it's gonna be alright. Yeah, I guess, yeah. It's the best response, right? Yeah. You're gonna keep things up. There's no way you're gonna let this fall down the wayside. Cove laughed with a delicate smile on his face. Okay, you win. I want to prepare myself for the horrifying unknown, but you're giving me no choice but to be optimistic here. His eyes sparkled with mischief. Strong armor. That's right. Oh no, I can't believe you're being forced to have hope in life. I'm happy to hear that. You're welcome. You snickered. Cole rolled his eyes and tried not to smile. Thanks for listening, Pascal. It helped. He felt pleased that his anxiety was eased after talking it out. Cole watched you with an affection written plainly across his face. Pascal, you're just so well. His eyes darted to the table full of your families. He was getting uneasy again, but he seemed determined when his gaze came back to you. Can we talk again, even further away, like outside? You were intrigued and nodded at his words. We can go. Thanks. It's important to me. With that, you left the restaurant and went out to the sidewalk. A couple cars drove by on the main street, and the breeze hit your face. Cole prepared himself to speak his mind. Whatever else he wanted to say after that was trapped in his throat. He watched patiently as his mouth slowly closed moments after nothing else followed. Cole took a deep breath and then another. His gaze clung to you, laser focus. There's something I wanted to tell you. There's something I wanted to tell you about something I've realized. His voice shook. and there was no mistaking the fear in his blue eyes. Goosebumps broke out across your skin, and you settled it, across your skin, and you subconsciously started wiping your sweaty palms on the side of your hip. But I haven't said it yet. I'm not very good at talking about this. Your chest was sore from how hard your heart was beating, but it continued to drum faster and faster. The world around you seemed to slow as you realized Cole was waiting for you to say something. Please, I'd like to know. It's okay, you can tell me. I have a feeling where this is going. Don't. You don't have to. Not right now. I mean, I want to encourage it. If he finally feels of the courage, I want to encourage it. So that seemed exactly what Cole needed to hear. He smiled softly, and you watched his shoulders start to relax. His expression hardened, his hands balled up into fists. Pascal. He said your name boldly, but then his confidence faltered as he stared deep into your eyes. Only a squeak came out next. Pascal, He frowned wobbly and his face became dark red. It was plain on his face that his nerves were spiraling. Then Cole froze completely. He waited for him to compose himself. Instead he crumpled forward, burying his face into his hands. He can't do it. Not yet, you realized, feeling disappointed.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Cole continued to hang his head in defeat, and you knew there would take at least one more chance for him. He started on his way, but it was always a struggle for Cole to finally take that next step. I understand. Well, if this hadn't happened, it would have been weird, right? You gave him a few pats on the back. Exasperated, you sighed. You remained silent. This hadn't happened, you would have been weird. Give him a few pats on the back. I mean, yeah. It broke your heart to watch Cove get like that. You didn't want to further upset or overwhelm him, so you did your best to comfort him. Stepping forward, you delicately patted the middle of his back. He was certain that you felt him tremble. That worried you, so you stopped. Awkwardly, you glanced back at the restaurant for a moment, finally remembering what had originally brought you to this place. We should probably go back inside, right? We've been out here for a while. Cole continued to hide his face, and you barely caught his meek nod. That was better than nothing. You started making your way over to the restaurant door. Oops. Within moments, you realized that you could only hear the sound of your steps on the pavement. You stopped and turned, seeing Cove standing in the same spot and position. Cove? Slowly, he lifted his head out of his hands. From a distance, you couldn't quite make out his expression. No, I can't. I'm not doing this. Finally, he moved. He approached you at a brisk pace, stumbling a bit, and when he got close enough, Cole dropped his hands on your shoulders. The determination had returned to his features, and he looked straight ahead into your eyes. I'm always like this. I panic and quit partway through. His voice shook a bit at the beginning, but as he lowered to a hushed tone, it evened out. A shiver shot down your spine as you watched the tears well up in his eyes. I'm so scared. Things changing and new stuff happening. And just everything that you have to deal with living a life. His voice cracked as it continued, though it didn't halt. But worst of any of it is thinking about the future and not knowing if you'll be there. And I don't want to be afraid to say it. I don't want to be scared of anything that has to do with us. Not when it comes to you. You're the one who makes me less afraid. When something's horrible, you can make it better. When I feel alone, you're what lets me know I'm not. Sometimes I can't even remember what my life was like before I moved here. Before you were in it. I was so little, and it was such a long time ago, and it was so hard then. But I do remember those days, when we were just kids running around the neighborhood. Even though we didn't get along at first, it was so clear in my head. It's like my life had started over. It was a new beginning. And nothing feels more right than you being there. Not just back then, always. As much as he tried willing and blinking the tears away, they won. Big tears bubbled and burst from his eyes, and they ran down his cheeks. Overflowing emotions. During step 3, give Cove a chance to confess his romantic feelings first. Oh, we got that achievement. Yay! Pascal, I want to be with you. I want to be with you too. Finally. Cove, you're incredibly special to me, but I'm not ready to be in a relationship. Yay! Yes! The words came completely naturally. Your mouth pulled into a beaming smile that made you feel like it had a high chance of being permanent. Yay! Oh my gosh. There were probably a million moments or more over the years where you looked at him and thought about saying it, but there was nothing stopping you anymore. You wanted to be with him. And now you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that Cove actually felt the same way about you. Cove's eyes widened and his breath hitched. You could feel his hands on your shoulders began to tremble. The way his expression twisted, you knew that he was struggling to put his thoughts in order. You wondered if he even believed the last few minutes actually happened. Is this really alright? And that was all he could muster in the tiniest whisper. But you knew the weight of those words. You had a long history, and this would change things. Your head tilted towards him as you stared at him fondly, feeling your skin burn hot and your heart beat a mile a minute in your chest. Of course it is. Cove let out a long, shaky breath. He still seemed to have difficulty believing he had spoken those words, and that you had returned those feelings. Pascal, if you want me, can I be your boyfriend? I like that a lot. I can't think of anything else I like more. His lips quirked in a hopeful smile, eyes glistening. You can, because I want to be your boyfriend. Yes, I feel the exact same way, Cove. I definitely want you. What's the best way to respond? Yes, you're wanted. You hugged him. You covered your face shyly, you bumped into his arms, you beamed at him. He grinned so widely that you knew if you kept it, your cheeks were going to hurt. There was such a joy radiating from your chest, infecting your smile. You couldn't stop if you wanted to. His eyes prickled with tears and he sniffled, but you recognized equal joy taking over him. You were both happy together. You were together and happy. You wiped away his tears. You were filled with happiness. You teared up as well. You squeezed his hand. This is emotional. You blinked rapidly as tears welled up. You couldn't stop them. Your joy refused to be contained. Then Cole reached up to caress your cheek delicately. He took a moment to simply cherish her. A peaceful smile grew on his face as his eyes sparkled. Can I kiss you? Wow, okay. Your jaw dropped. No matter what else had just happened, that was not a desire you expected Cole Holden to be capable of vocalizing. You were completely floored. Seeing your reaction made him realize what he exactly done. He had seriously asked to kiss you. An intense blush covered every inch of his cheeks in absolute embarrassment, but he didn't take it back. Yes, please do, nodded shyly. You kissed him. I'm sorry, Cove. Looked away and shook your head no. I mean, I couldn't say no. Well, wow, that's I'll say yes. Cove looked bashfully but resolute and brought his face to yours. Within seconds, you were close enough to feel his breath onto your face. Your nose brushed together when he paused, giving you another chance to change your mind. You looked at him expectantly, including a show of this. Not wanting to deny either of you what you both clearly wanted, he stopped hesitating. Cole kissed you. You returned it without delay. The feeling was blissful and longing. He was absolutely still nervous. You could tell from his shaking hands as he cupped the back of your head. However, he was going to let that stop him. Shyness was secondary to being able to kiss you for as long as he could. There was no denying he had been hoping for this moment ages before it happened. You knew this was right. Cole blinked rapidly as you parted. You looked stunned, but it was only with amazement. What happened was shocking and unexpected, but he absolutely wanted to hold on to this new thing between you. He ducked his head with childish giddiness and peeked at you out of the corner of his eyes. Thanks for giving me the chance to finally get it together and say this. Yeah, it definitely took you a while. You were worth it. It was agonizing. For you, I'd have waited forever. You would have done that for me. You nodded quietly. Yeah. Pascal. Oh, we're gonna have to tell everyone about this when we go back, aren't we? I don't think they'll be I don't think they'll be surprised, yeah. He smiled at you with unabashed preciousness. You figured that even without your history, if anyone caught Cove looking at you like that, it'd be exactly how he felt. Right, it'd be obvious exactly how he felt. The openness of his character had some truly delightful benefits. You must have been making an expression equally as affectionate, because he began to fluster again. He made some stuttering chuckles and then quieted down, his mouth forcefully staying closed. You both took it a moment to process. After 10 years of being together, you were officially a couple now. After all of that, you both finally made it back into the restaurant. Cole was clearly nervous. Now that you were together, your families were going to have to hear about it. But with you by his side, he continued forward. You could feel his eyes on you as you took your seat at the table. They didn't wait long to start asking if you were alright and what had happened. It didn't help that Cole's face flushed immediately over the attention. Out of the corner of your eye, you glanced at Cole. Your face betrayed you. It burned red hot with excitement. He was your boyfriend, and that only made your family want to pry more. Cole stilled his nerves and faced a small crowd. Well, the truth is, Pascal and I are. Grins were already beginning to appear around the table before he could even muster the full explanation. He swallowed hard, stealing a glance at you. A couple now. We're dating, even though we haven't gone on a date yet exactly. We've gone on so many dates though. It's just, I'm his boyfriend, so yeah. Cole stopped his rambling there with wide eyes. He went intensely for his response. I can't wait to see everyone's reactions. Mr. Holden was the first to react, instantly slapping a hand over Cole's shoulder. His other hand smacked against his own chest over his heart. You did it! That's amazing, Cole! Pascal, if you need anything, I'm here. Don't hesitate to come for me for help. What help?
Well,
Son, I'm so happy for you and Pascal, of course. Just take care of yourselves. This is either heading towards the breakup of a lifetime. Don't say that! How dare you! Or a wedding. And I would be there for either. Oh my gosh.
oh my god.
Literally. Dad! Cope covered the side of his head. Cope covered the side of his head that was facing Mr. Holden with a hand and sunk lower in his chair in some desperate attempt to put distance between himself and his father's words. Meanwhile, the women in your family all burst out in laughter. Pull back on the reins there, little Cliff. They're not ones to rush. It took them a decade to reach boyfriend status.
Don't worry about it.
I don't think we need to start looking at venues yet. Exactly, this is wonderful news. And all we need to do is congratulate them on it. Pascal, Cove, I'm so glad for you both. I knew you'd be happy together. We're rooting for you. Yeah. Yes, we are. Ah, this is so exciting. I knew you were meant for each other. Well, I called this one. I called it years ago. I should have made a real bet with someone, though. Though, I don't think anyone would have been so dense enough to bet against it. Cove let himself fall forward, sticking himself to the table surface. There was no getting away from this. You were entirely thrilled with your relationship and your support for it. You joined in the laughter. Your spirits were high before back for Cove. You couldn't believe how embarrassing this was. You wished they hadn't made a scene in the restaurant. I'd probably be embarrassed, but more than that, I would probably be happy. So this is one of the best days of your life, bar none. I keep doing that. Once the wave of your family teasing and cooing passed, you're able to feel grateful for both families' encouragement. It made you happy, knowing just how loved you were. Night soon fell after everyone finished their meals, and before you knew it, you were standing in the parking lot, saying your goodbyes and packing up the cars to go home. After the last of the chores were done, your family spent some more time together. You didn't have some extra time, you decided to. Oh, I could talk to these people. Okay. We'll probably do that next time. But yeah, okay, so I wanted to finish this step. I wanted to at least start this step because I felt like something like this was going to happen. And I'm glad I did. This is such a wonderful way to end this off with. And I have something to title this, and I have a way to title this stream. Because I still haven't titled the stream. So we're going to title this stream, Boyfriends. Isn't that a meme too? Boyfriends. There we go. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Perfect. Next time we'll see who we're gonna talk to. I'm probably gonna talk to Jeremy because I like Jeremy so much. But that was so sweet. I'm so glad we did happiness last. The happiness moment where he took us on 3 dates and gave us the 3 presents. That was such a perfect build up to this. I think that was the best choice. So perfect. Oh, Kobe's so cute. I'm so glad we're finally together. Okay. Minya. Yes. So yeah. I'm hungry. So I'm gonna go eat. My parents had made dinner earlier, but I was streaming and I wanted to finish this, so I've held off. My stomach's been growling since a long time. So I'm gonna eat now. And tomorrow, I wasn't planning on making a stream tomorrow, but I am definitely not going to make a stream tomorrow since I'm going to go over to my grandfather's house, who lives in a different city, an hour or so away. So, in this evening, like tomorrow evening. So, like usual, there will be no stream tomorrow, but then there'll be stream on Sunday, and then Monday. So yeah, that's it. I can't wait to come back next Friday to finish this with him. Not finish this with him, but go on to the next step with him. Because I don't think we'll be able to finish the next stream, obviously. We still have a whole nother step to do. But it's the last step before the wedding DLC. So time's winding down. But I can't wait to start next Friday again, the next step. But yeah, thank y'all very kindly for coming. Much obliged. And I will see y'all next time. Y'all come back now, you heard me?